For each one of these students, the search for the best college is a critical step to building a successful future. On that count, over the past 28 years, the India Today Group's Best Colleges Survey has become the ultimate guide to academic excellence, a compass for students and parents to home in on the right college.
I'm delighted to be part of this prestigious event organized by India Today magazine, and as a civil society body, as a media house, India Today took responsibility to evaluate the best colleges of our country and publishing it continuously. This is a compliment to our education ecosystem.
Last year, we launched an online portal built on this survey data, the Best Colleges of India website. This year, in association with MDRA, we bring you the findings of the Best Universities of India survey on the website as well. Our interactive and easy-to-use site that has already garnered 1.5 million views in the last 1 month. Our website ranks over 2,000 colleges and several hundred universities across 14 fields of study, from engineering and science to medicine, the arts, commerce and more. Students can sort colleges not just on the year of ranking, but also on the state or the city they are located in. Every institution on the list has been extensively profiled with information available on courses offered, eligibility requirements, admission fees, cutoffs, placements, faculty data, infrastructure and so on. Even when it comes to employment, our Best Colleges website has you covered. Our Jobs in Demand section presents a snapshot of the kind of jobs available with information like salaries, job locations and companies offering these jobs. Our website also carries information and crucial entrance exams, college and rank predictions, and regular contributions from educators and industry professionals. We invite everyone to visit our site for the best colleges and best universities in India. Presented by India Today. Visit our site today, bestcolleges.indiatoday.in.
Now, without further delay, let us now begin this power-packed event with our first session of the day. Please join me in welcoming India Today's Group Editorial Director for Publishing, Mr. Raj Chengappa, to kickstart the event with his introductory remarks. Welcome, Raj. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, we also have with us Mr. Sanjay Kumar, Secretary, Department of School Education and Literacy. Everyone, let's give him a warm round of applause. Raj, over to you now.
Morning, everyone. Mr. Sanjay Kumar, Secretary, School Education and Literacy. Distinguished speakers, ladies and gentlemen. The Indian school education system is one of the largest in the world. Government statistics show that in 2022, there were 265 million students that were enrolled in 1.5 million schools that had nearly 9.7 million teachers. That's how big the universe is. When it comes to higher education, the government statistics again show, and I'm giving 2022 statistics, that there were 40 million students enrolled in 42,845 colleges and 1,162 universities. So this is very, very critical to us, and let's look at some dashboard statistics that will give us what is the state of education in India today. And I'm going to give just 5 of them. The first is what is called the gross enrollment ratio, and all of you all who are in the education profession are familiar with that term, but it is essentially the ratio of the number of school-going children in the country and those that have actually enrolled in schools. Now, if you look at it, there's both good news and worrying news. The good news is that the enrollment ratio in primary schools has crossed 100%, which is that all the children who are at that particular age group are heading to school. That is phenomenal, because earlier we had a huge slag in that, and that's a very good news. But as we get higher and higher, The first part is the upper primary, and the dropout rate there is, or the enrollment ratio is about 92%, which means that roughly about 1 out of 10 children will drop out at this stage, which is that school, between first standard and sixth, you will lose 1 student, 9 will continue. As we get higher, which is the highest, firstly the secondary level, which is class 9 and 10, we drop down to about 80%, which is that 1 out of 5 students in this thing, in secondary school will not be present. That's the kind of loss that we're having, or 1 out of 3 as we get higher and higher. And when you finally come to the high school, which is your enrollment ratio is around 56%, which is again, only 1 out of 2 students will do high school. Just to simplify that, that's the challenge that we have when it comes to high school in terms of retention of students, their ability to continue, and it's very important that we at least reach high school level, and here we find that 50% of our students are not heading that way. That is one challenge that we need to talk about. The second is gender parity. Here again, we've had improvement in that, and there if you see the ratio of girls versus boys, 82.9% of girls go to schools as compared to 88.2% of boys. Ideally, we'd like that ratio to match and move towards 100%, which is something that we need to work for. The third part is the pupil-teacher ratio, very, very critical, and the annual status of, if you look at the average, again, the statistics that I'm taking is from the government website, and there's about 26 students per teacher. We could do far better than that. That is a ratio that if you take some states, this is the average. Some states could go as much as 50, and I won't name the states. Sanjay ji would know better about those states that have very high pupil to teacher ratio, which is something that we need to worry about. Most important in that is the quality. And there you have very few studies that assess it, because you could have a number of teachers, like we said, but what is the quality of those teaching? And there is a study that is done annually, which is the annual status of the Education Report 2022. And again, here we find persistent problems with basic literacy and numeracy. And one study showed that about 20% of the children in grade 3 cannot read a grade 2 level text. And around 25% of students in grade 5 struggle with simple division problems. So you have a problem of absorption of that learning, and that is showing up in these various studies. So achieving foundational educational goals becomes very critical, and it's a challenging task. The fifth and the last statistic that I will give you all is that in higher education, our gross enrollment ratio is now around 28.4%, which is an improvement. But here again, we need to look at the quality of that higher education and how many of them should we have that many in, or should we be moving to vocational education and professional, other kinds of things that get you linked directly with employment. That is something to debate about. The good news is that we have a national education policy from 2020, which is now under implementation. And they have brought radical changes, which we will discuss in the course of this morning's conclave in the afternoon, as to what are the big changes that have happened in school and higher education. Just to mention one of them, and all of us who grew up went with the 10+2 system, or if you remember, all of us who went to schools, today it is 5+3+3+4. So you have different stages. There are 4 stages that have been divided into foundational, preparatory, middle, and secondary stage. And each of these stages, there is a way of pedagogy and a way of curriculum and a way of teaching that is supposedly vastly different from the earlier, but we need to know the progress of that, and Sanjay ji is here. We can discuss some of that on this one. At the higher education level, we have seen again major reform initiatives, including the introduction of the QET, as we all know it. All those who stayed in Delhi knew that you had to get this impossible 99.5% to get admission into a good college. That fortunately has moved away, and you have entrance exams for these things. But as we've seen recently with the controversy over the NEET and the problems of those kind of problems that we've had in terms of fraudulent uses to gain percentages, that needs to be sorted out. There's a huge commission that has been set up. The Supreme Court has also looked into it, and that's one of the issues of higher education that needs to be sorted out. More importantly, and finally, all this should lead to what? Employment. And we have an acute employment crisis across the problem. We saw what happened in the general elections and the kind of mass sort of, if you asked any polling agencies, unemployment was the #1 issue that needed to be sorted out apart from prices. So here, I think the critical thing is moving, as I had mentioned earlier, of the new education policy into what is called vocational streams, where you have a seamless mobility as you get into general to vocational, and therefore the target that was fixed by the NEP was that 50% of all learners from schools to higher education should be exposed to vocational education by 2025. Whether that is being done, we need to know the progress as well. That is why, in many senses, we are here today. As we've seen, India today is committed to the excellence in education. Best colleges and best universities survey, which you saw a brief clip, are considered, because we've done it for 28 years, as the gold standard in terms of evaluation of performance of colleges and universities. We also, by the way, Sanjay ji, to your interest, is that we have now got a school edition. And what we have done in the last 2 years is taken India Today magazine and made it simple and easy for school children to read. We were very surprised. We thought this was a digital age. But actually, when we did a survey, we found that the retention, almost 80% of the students read the full magazine. That's quite amazing. We would think that they would only go to digital and see what's happening, but they really enjoyed reading it. Currently, we are close to, I think, 1,000 schools we've gone to. We have, a vast circulation because of that, largely in the metros. But we'd like to popularize that and make sure that we get it, because, as I said, we are in the quest, as this conclave is, for excellence. And we have gathered today to discuss some of those big issues that are there. And we're delighted and honored that many eminent speakers are here to do that, as well as Dharmendra Pradhan, the Union Minister for Education, will be here later today and give away the awards, apart from giving us insights into how he is handling the new education policy. At this stage, I am really delighted to welcome Mr. Sanjay Kumar, the dynamic Secretary for School Education and Learning, who will be delivering the inaugural address. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give him a very, very warm round of applause. Sanjay ji has shown sustenance. He has stayed in this position. He has made sure that the changes are there, and he's candid about everything. So, Sanjay ji, let's start with your introductory remarks, and then we'll do a Q&A. Ladies and gentlemen, Sanjay Kumar.
Thank you, Rajji. First of all, a big thank you for the fact that you've invited me here. And I'm here talking to you regarding school education and education per se. I think Mr. Changappa has already given you the broad outline, the broad statistical framework under which the Indian schooling system works. Several things can be said, but let me say and begin that all of us who are in this hall are essentially creatures of education. We are all here because of the fact that we went to school and we went to colleges. Our parents saw value in education. They invested their time and money in education. Every morning when we woke up, I guess we looked forward to going to school. And when we went to a school, our teachers were also happy to see us. And they taught us something, we imbibed, we made friends, we learned to deal with students and our colleagues and peers, and that has been part of the education system. And I think nothing has changed. Nothing has changed over the years. It still is the same. Do you feel excited every morning when you wake up to go to the school? That is the larger question to all the students. And a school ecosystem is very small. There is a teacher who needs to be empowered and he needs to be motivated. A parent who feels the value of education and pushes the child to school. And a school which brings the teacher and the student together. It should have basic minimum infrastructure, catering to girls as well as the boys. Now the larger question is, do we have it? I must say that the Honorable Prime Minister has been talking about Vikasit Bharat in 2047, 100th year of our independence. And I think we will ride to Vikasit Bharat on the crest of education. And I think school education is perhaps the most important, because what investment is done for children at the youngest age, you find that you get the maximum return for it. The National Education Policy 2020 is the first policy for 21st century. And why do we say 21st century? The way we look at information flow and the ease with which language and knowledge has become accessible, it boggles our mind. And if you throw in a bit of an artificial intelligence, then you realize how things have changed. Raji was saying that we are on a cusp. I think we are on a cusp, and we really don't know how quickly we'll go on the other side. If you look at it this way, that 1453 was the first printing press when Gutenberg printed a book. And the last 450 years, we have evolved an education system which is based on physical form of books. And suddenly, everything is changing. Knowledge is available at so many sources, but you don't know how well curated it is. When you look at Wikipedia, do you know what you're reading is the fact or not? I really don't know. Again, if you look at the human mind, different parts of the brain accesses knowledge differently. When you read a book, part of your brain is affected. When you read something on the social media, maybe something else is being done. It's very challenging, and I think at times we don't even quite understand as to how things are changing. How things are changing, how children who otherwise are not making friends, who are not going to school, who are not talking to each other, how it is impacting them in the long range. You know, I talked to my son and I asked him that, have you spoken to a particular person? He says, Dad, I have WhatsApped him. Communication is changing. And in this change of communication, are we learning adequately and are we learning appropriately is the larger question I'm leaving for all of you. Research shows that if you read a textbook or if you read a storybook of at least 100 pages, it adds to your intelligence in a manner in which reading something on a digital platform doesn't. I guess a lot of it is not very clear, but let me come back to the education part. The expected year of schooling in India today is about 12.6 years. What does that mean? It means that if you are born today, how many years of schooling are you expected to have? It includes higher education too. So it's 12.6. Most of the developed countries have it at 18. Every additional year of schooling you do, it adds 0.37% to the GDP and leads to a 10% increase in productivity. Wow. So look at the kind of advantage we have as of now. From 12.6, we need to traverse the journey to 18, but we need to do it quickly. We need to do it quickly, maybe in the next 1 decade. The National Education Policy lays down the foundation for that. It says that by 2030, the GR for secondary education should be 100%. Raji was giving you some figures. So, children who went to school in 2011-12, today would be in class 12th. How many of them are there in school today in class 12th? Only 44. 44%, and this is what we call the retention rate, which is a little different from the GER. So for every 100 child who is in there in class 1, 75 are in class 10 and 56 are in class 12. So this is a challenge for us as to how do I ensure that every child does 15 years of schooling, because NEP says 5 plus 3 plus 3 plus 4. Come back to the first 5 part of it. Research shows that most of the brain development takes place by the time a child is 8 years. And this, we talk about ECCE. That is a 0 to 8 years part. 0 to 3 years, you are at home. 3, you are expected to come to a pre-primary school. So, and before you come to class 1 at the age of 6, you are expected to have 3 years of pre-primary. And I think there's a great challenge there. These children need to go to a Anganwadi center. They need to go to a school which has pre-primary class, but then you must invest 3 years there. I think a great challenge lies in front of us. Then, after you have done 5 years, then we need to test as to whether or not you have picked up the foundational literacy and numeracy skills or not. Raj was mentioning that we find that our language skills are not up to the mark. And many children in class 5 are not being able to do a division which you should actually be able to do it in class 2. That's a challenge for us. Our education system, the way it has evolved, it pays a lot of premium on learning by rote. And understanding, if it comes, well and good. If it doesn't also, then you're still happy with it because you're still getting your marks in your exams. This needs to change, and experiential learning must be brought in. And the larger question is, how do we do it? And I often say that assessment holds the key. Most of us learn based on the way we are assessed. So if our assessment pattern changes, then we will start learning in the right way. And NEP talks about experiential learning. It also talks about the fact that there should not be any hardcore separation between subjects, humanities, science, arts, vocational education, which we nowadays call skill education, or physical education. All these things should be a part of school curricula. And I'm very happy to say that in pursuance to the National Education Policy, we did come out with a National Curriculum Framework for Foundational Studies. That is for the first 5 part. And then the National Curriculum Framework for School Education also was released in July 2023. We think, and we are very excited about it in the Department of School Education because it gives us an opportunity to bring in new textbooks. For the foundational part, it is all toy-based, that is the pre-primary classes. So we have a Jadavi Pitara. We brought in toy-based pedagogy. We have also brought in the digital equivalent of it, which we call the e-Jadavi Pitara. Books for class 1, 2, 3, and 6 are out this year. And the rest we'll be able to bring in as and when the next academic year begins next year. And perhaps some books might come in academic year beginning July of 26. So these are some of the things there. And I must say that the way the books are coming out, I don't know how many of you have had the opportunity to have a look at the books for class 1, 2, 3, and 6. We are very excited. It is different from what has come out before. It is going to broaden the attention span and also the interest of the child. So these books are very exciting, and ultimately I think you hold a nice book in your hand, you should feel very excited about it. And this is what it is going to do. Let me say a few things about the challenge. You know, education was part of state subject when we gave ourselves the Constitution in the year 1950. It came to concurrent in 1976. Since then, a lot of evolution of the schooling system had taken place. And so there are legacy issues which we have inherited, which we are trying to iron it out with the help of the National Education Policy. Out of the 15 lakh schools which are there at the all India level, Government of India and its agencies run only 3,000. So all the schools are either managed by the states or they are in the private. 15 lakh schools, 10.5 lakh schools are government and government aided, and the rest are private schools. What are the challenges before us? And I would say this, that there is a sweet spot between access and learning outcomes. Access, we have done well. And as Raj was saying that for elementary education, the GR is almost 100%. But beyond that, there are challenges. And what are the challenges? One of the challenges is that our schools, Raj, have become small. If you were to actually find out what is the average number of children going to a school in India, you will find this number is 172, if you include the private. And if you take the private out and only look at it for the government schools, it goes down to 132. Only 132 children per school. It's a small number because after all, running a school, and a school is also an economic entity, and there should be economy of scale in running a school. And this is what one of our major challenges, that how do I do that? To provide access, many of our schools have become very small. So we have a definition in the department. We say that any school which has less than 50 enrollment is a small school. 4.5 lakh schools in India are small schools, where less than 50 children are enrolled. We need to take up this number. If I were to give you a number, India sends 25 crore children to 15 lakh schools. China sends 29 crore children to 5 lakh schools. Their schools are 3 times larger. Wow. Average number of students in a school in China is about 500. So is that in the United States of America. In Israel, I was looking at the data, it is 461. We are at 172, or for government is 1. So we need to bring in economy of scale, and the national education policy says that you should start looking at clustering of schools. Can you bring in larger clusters where you have larger number of people? You know, we are running 10 types of schools, Rajji. And what do I mean by saying that we are running 10 types of schools? There is a school which is 1 to 5. Then there's a school 1 to 8, 1 to 10, 1 to 12. Then there are schools from 6 to 12, 11, 12th, 9 to 12th. Now imagine that you are a child and you take admission in class 1. After class 5, you are told to go to a different geography, a different school. So we did a little bit of number crunching, and we found that almost 75% of children who are going to do class 12th, they require more than 3 admissions in their that many number of years. It gives an opportunity for children to drop out, and that is one of the major challenges we are facing, and we are working with the states, and we are telling them that, look, you need to have a look at it, increase the size of the school, create more number of seats in secondary and higher secondary classes, so children can do class 12th preferably on 1 admission. And that percentage as of now is 5%. That's one big challenge. The other big challenge which I must share with you is, when you're talking about assessment, often we think of the board exams. So there's a board exam in class 10 and there's a board exam in class 12. There are 59 state school boards in the country. And 8 states have 2 boards, one separate board for class 10, one separate board for class 12th. And if you look at the results of these boards, you will find that there's not a very distinct pattern there. If you do class 10 from Meghalaya, the pass percentage is 57%. But if you do a class 10 from Kerala, the pass percentage is 98%. How do you maintain transportability of students from one part of the country to the other? So we've been talking to all the 59 state school boards, and we are telling them that, look, one of the mandate of the National Education Policy 2020 is, can we create an equivalence across on curriculum and on assessment?
Interesting.
one question, I'm not going to give you the answer, but I'm just going to just leave you with this question. There are quite a number of centralized examinations. CIVET, JEE Advanced, JEE Mains, then there is NEET, then there is CLAT. There are quite a number of examinations, which children from all over the country are appearing. Are different boards getting common access to these centralized examinations? That is the question. And if they are not, then I think we need to sit down and actually talk to each other and find out in what way we can do that. And that can only come from the fact that we have certain equivalence in curriculum. And this is a great time because NCERT has come out with the National Curriculum Framework for School Education. So we've been we've been talking to the states and we are telling them that, look, this is the curriculum, have a look at it. It's a great curriculum. If you want to adopt it, fine. If you want to customize it to your needs, again, fine. But do it in a manner in which your children have similar access to everyone. The last point which I would want to say before I close is technology has to be leveraged adequately. And technology often is the key driver and it is aiding pedagogy in a manner in which we don't even, as of now, understand. So, smart classes in our schools and software should always be there. So, all the curriculum framework which the NCERT will bring out, it shall be onboarded on the Diksha platform. For teachers, we have a Nishtha platform. And NEP says that every teacher must do 50 hours of continuous professional development every year. I think there are challenges with online training. Training is good when people are together like this in a hall. And I often say that education is a human intensive and it's a human contact field. The more we talk to each other, the more we interact with each other, the more we learn from each other. So again, we are trying to move from online training to offline training. Teachers will have to be reimagined. And teachers' empowerment and their motivation level needs to be worked up. I'm very happy to say that under the larger umbrella of the National Education Policy, we have a National Professional Standards for Teachers for the very first time. It categorizes teachers into 3 categories. The first one is Parveen, the second one is Unnat, the third one is Kaushal. We would want that every teacher gets onboarded onto this NPST platform and makes the transition from P to U to K. And the second one is National Mission for Mentoring, where every teacher should have access to mentors online. So if he or she has any question, can get in touch with the mentors and find an answer for whatever is bothering him or her. So this mentoring also is extremely important. And last but not the least is that beyond 2030, the NEP mandates that all teacher education institutions will move on to ITEP, which is a 4-year course for becoming a teacher. It shall be done in a multidisciplinary institution and not in a standalone institution. So the NEP has several things going, but I think the larger question is the challenge always is in the implementation. We must implement well, we must implement with clarity, and when 9.7 million teachers teach in 14.66 lakh schools, which are managed by 36 states and UTs, the challenge gets multiplied that many times. But then I think we do not have the luxury of time. We do not have the luxury of time. If you see India, our median age is 29 years. US is 38, China is 42, Japan is 48. In about 15 to 20 years' time, we will also start aging. So we have a window in front of us of 15 years to 20 years of window in front of us. We must get our education system reach out to each and every child so as to be able to give an opportunity to that child to find his or her own level. And once a child finds his or her own level with a little joy in the kind of learning the child has had in the school, I think the NEP would have done its job very well. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Let's give Sanjay ji a very, very warm round of applause. I think it's one of the most brilliant analysis of school education, and also very, very encouraging in terms of what is being done. Finally, after many years, we have the national education policy underway, and we can see some of the changes. I think you highlighted very well some of the contradictions as well as the challenges. And one of them you talked about is the fact that artificial intelligence, digital education, all that is coming into place. The things that we had as textbooks, that is giving way to a lot of these. Now, one of the problems you had also mentioned is, and you talked of how teachers have gone to offline because you found retention better. This is a challenge where how does one deal with this particular problem? Because you do need to leverage technology. So what level of technology do you want in schools? And at the same time, we have found, even when we were doing what we talked earlier of the school edition that we bring out, retention becomes very high when you actually hold a book, hold a magazine, and you remember it better. So 3 or 4 senses are involved, and therefore maybe retention is better. We don't know the psychology or physiology of retention in that matter. So how does one leverage technology, but at the same time be careful that you're not affecting pedagogy and also learning processes?
I mean, I think there is a need to keep our children away from social media the way it has captured us. Writing in 280 letters on Twitter or on X and having a thought on that is very good. But it also limits your imagination to that 280 only. You need to have larger imagination, and print gives you an opportunity to do that. And I think world across you will see, I don't think so there are very simple answers, but in many schools across the world you will find that there is a ration for social media. In many schools they have said that, okay, you keep the mobile phones separately, not to be brought into the class, and people are saying that there has been an improvement. But technology is something becomes very difficult to manage. There is no way one can get away from it. The NEP says that there is going to be a National Education Technology Forum. The NETF is there. The NETF would recommend the kind of technology which would be used. I mean, I would put it this way. I am a teacher. Technology can come to my aid to make me a better teacher. So I'm teaching, let's say I'm teaching biology in class 8. I go to a class, I have access to a smart classroom. I access the material which is available on the digital platform for that particular class on my screen. And I talk to the students, I teach them using technology as an aid to pedagogy. This is one thing which can be done. Technology also can make things simpler for monitoring at our level. You see, at an individual level, you are studying. But as an administrator, I am looking at very large numbers. And how do I know how people are learning, whether or not these teachers are going to school or not? So we said, okay, let's do one thing. Let's give a unique ID to each and every student of ours. On the UDICE Plus, which is the national database we have, and many of you who would be coming from schools, you would be putting the data in the UDICE Plus. So once the data is there, and from the year 22-23, we have converted into a registry. That means that if you are from a particular school, then I know that who are the children in class 1. And I know them by their name, by their parents' name. So there's a complete student registry there. This system generates what we call a pen. permanent education number. So it gives every child a 11-digit number. What we have done is that to that 11 digit, we have added a 12th digit. And we say that this is what unique ID for that particular child is going to be. And we call it APAR ID. I don't know how many of you have heard of APAR ID? Automated Permanent Academic Account Registry. So every child has a APAR ID. And then we are convincing and we are talking to these students that, look, having this APAR ID is not adequate. You need to take this APAR ID and you have to link it up with your Aadhaar. And once you link it up with your Aadhaar with the consent of the parents, because most children in school are less than 18, then you get access to a DG locker, an academic bank of credit. And that is one place where you can push all your data in. First thing you can do is to push your birth certificate there. If you change schools, then transfer certificates you can be put there. If you're going to do skill education, physical education, and other things, and you are earning credits under the National Credit Framework, then your credits can be pushed there. Most boards in class 10th and 12th, they are pushing the results again into these DG lockers. CBSE, every year when the results come out, you have a DG locker, your reports, your results are pushed into that DG locker. Then there is a Vidya Samiksha Kendra, where we link up this unique ID with your daily attendance. The teachers also have this unique ID. Their daily attendance also gets monitored. And every exam you write, the results of that also gets pushed onto this DigiLocker of yours. So supposing I am an administrator, Rajji, and I want to know that how many children in a particular state are not doing well in mathematics, I should be able to access it. I should be able to access it. And research shows that if you are looking at dropouts, children who are not doing well in mathematics are the first ones to be dropping out of the system. So if you have a gross information about children who are not doing well in mathematics in different schools of the state, then you can ask the teachers that, look, these are the children who need to be looked at the first time. The second point I want to say is that supposing you move from A state to B state and you get a transfer certificate. If I put in that APAR ID, then I should be able to trace that child somewhere in the country. And if that child is not there, then maybe I should start looking at that child as to where that child has gone. So this unique ID is going to give an opportunity for every child to have a DigiLocker for himself or herself, and also for the administrator a chance to track that child to ensure that the child remains in the schooling system.
Phenomenal.
So this we are working out, and we've been talking to the states, we've been talking to the parents. As of now, we are doing a pilot in the Kendriya Vidyalaya school. And I am absolutely convinced that in a couple of years' time, every child's APAR ID would get linked with their Aadhaar, and we should be able to manage their movement all across the schooling system.
Excellent. I think I haven't heard much of this before, but this is really wonderful progress. We do have to look at privacy concerns, because if you had failures, you don't want to be shown up. So there's something that we need to look at. And the statistics should not be misused for other purposes. But the usefulness of a DigiLocker is very apparent, because all of us who've studied very long back, I know my wife the other day said, can you get my degree certificate? And I said, you know, I don't even know where it's left. Whereas here you would have this as a record, you don't have to worry about it. So technology in that sense enables. And the other point that you made is the ability to bring classes, the smart class. And there I think the quality, and that's something we need to talk about, is how do you get the right quality that gives the student the interest in learning, but at the same time doesn't become a crutch or dissuades learning, as we might see that we might just take the textbook and put it on the screen and call it digital learning, which is as bad. You're not able to learn. Just one example that I could give was that I'd studied the Indus Valley in school, like all of us did. And if you remember the Great Bath, the Mohenjo-daro was like a sepia-toned photograph with that large thing. when I actually got an opportunity as a journalist to go there, actually interview Zardari, Asif Ali Zardari, I went to Mohenjo-daro. You have to land at Mohenjo-daro to do this. And the revelation of seeing that stayed in my mind more than anything else. So maybe technology has an ability to bring 3D or whatever as we get, the technology becomes cheaper and cheaper, brings things that you'd never seen. So history becomes more interesting, physics becomes more interesting. That's a huge debate by itself. But I want to come to what one of the fundamental issues that you talked about, which is implementation. And you had said, I mean, very, very correctly, that unless we can do all these plans, but unless it gets executed at the state level is critical. If you look at the budget, this time since we've just had the budget, union budget, and you compare the budgeted estimates that the school education department, union school education department got versus the revised estimates, which is actually how it is, there is a gap of 7,000 crores, which you have not been able to spend. Now, what is the issue? Here we keep talking of giving more money to education, you allocate more money, and you end up not spending that amount. Though even this budget, now if you look at it compared to what we had revised estimate, we look like a 12% jump. But if you compare the actual facts, you only increase by 1 to 2% because you are not able to spend that earlier amount. So what is the problem? What is the crux in that issue?
I think the issue lies with capacity of the system to be able to spend money. The National Education Policy says that we should be spending 6% of public expenditure on education. And to that, private expenditure is already being done. As of now, our data shows that we are spending 4.64% of GDP on education. So there is a long way to go, more money. But then what is happening? I think there are issues of capacity, and as I told you that not only we are spending money through our schemes, which we call Samagra Shiksha, as well as Pradhan Mantri Poshan Yojana, but also states are also budgeting for education. I looked at the last 2 years' figures for all these states as well as for us. We found that for the centrally sponsored schemes, we are being able to spend about 70% of the budgeted amount. And all states combined are being able to spend about 75% of the budget.
Right.
So I think the first thing we need to do, if I were to go back to the finance department and ask them for a raise, they will ask me, are you being able to spend the money which you already have? So this additional capacity will have to be created to be able to spend money. And we are talking with the states. Systems are being developed so as to make this monitoring a little easier using technology. But we ideally should be able to spend money, and we should be able to spend money in time. You know, long back, I read a biography of executive director of UNICEF called James P. Grant. He used to be the executive director of UNICEF in mid-80s. His friends wrote about him that for the next 50 years, James P. Grant's only concern was that morality must march with capacity. And I guess morality in this particular case means what you want to do. Often we have great intentions. We want to do something. But the next question we must ask ourselves is that if I want to do something, then do I have the right structure for it? Do I have the capacity for it? And I think this capacity, especially in the social sector, it needs to be developed. And all of us who are part of administration, looking after the social sector, in this particular case, I'm looking after school education. We've been talking repeatedly to all our states on the UT administration, trying to see that whatever is the budgeted amount, it gets spent, and it gets spent for what it is marked for. I think that's a challenge for us, and I think we should be able to get over it, Rajji.
Okay, I think we've just got about a couple of minutes left. If there's anyone in the audience that would like to ask a question, I see a hand raised there. Sanjay, you don't mind if we open it to the audience?
Yeah, thank you very much. Secretary said education sector is doing really great, and congratulations that you are bringing new initiatives. But one poor thing about our system is that there is no consensus on education. Sometimes education is also politicized. Now, the very basic thing is what CBSE can do under your guidance. Like NCERT has done remarkable work, means amazing work for the foundation program. Some books have been printed. Now these books will be distributed in all CBSE schools throughout the country. And the spirit of foundation education, as you said, 0 to 8 is that particular time span where the neuron development is maximum. And the spirit is that localization of education. Now when it comes to customization, then in NCERT books, the CBSE schools will not do customization. Why don't we create a system where in different states, even in different districts and different local schools, they develop or they try to customize the education and the content according to the local needs, which is the spirit of this new NCF. What is your opinion about it? Thank you.
Thank you for raising this question. I think we already have an institutional mechanism to do so. So we have the NCERT at the national level, and each state has a SCRT. And SCRTs have been established with the sole aim that the state must have its own curriculum, a customized curriculum. One issue I did not talk about today is the issue of language, because the National Education Policy also says that you learn best in your mother tongue, and till class 5, you should study and understand things in your mother tongue. And subsequently, it also says that there is power in multilingualism. Multilingualism adds cognitive power to your brain. And when you live in a country like ours, you have to be a multilingual. But yes, the language issue is there. These SCRTs are already there, and we are working again with the states so as to ensure that each SCRT is developed into a center for excellence. So supposing the national NCERT makes the curriculum framework, the SCRT looks at it, and then it customizes it to their needs, translates it into the language of the particular state. So this system is there, but we need to do things more concertedly and quickly.
One more question there is. Yes, ma'am. You. Time for one more question. Sorry, we'll have to wind up after that.
Very good morning, Mr. Raj and Mr. Sanjay. A very simple question that I would like to put forward as a principal, the kind of challenge that I have been facing for the last so many months. Every day, we receive so many circulars from CBSE and DOE with regard to so many different competitions to be organized at that very same moment. And then we get almost 20 to 25 calls from the DOE. No, we have to send the link. We have to report. We have to report. As a principal, we are supposed to focus on the academics, the quality of the academics. And they expect that out of those 220 working days where we have planned our own academic calendar, we have inter-house competitions, we have other academic competitions. How do we add on these things? So sometimes I really feel crazy that why the people sitting on the top, I'm sorry to say, why they are not looking into it. As you rightly said, that planning is okay, but the implementation, the quality of academics, the quality of value education, which we all are trying as a principal to inculcate, we are not getting time for that. And I find it very fake. As a principal, I have certain principles, and every principal has principles to be able to do justice with the students, those who are coming to school, and to be able to do justice with the parent, those who are sending their children in the school for the quality education. We are just, becoming like a machine. So I very, very strongly recommend that the way we are forcing things in a clerical manner at the level of education ministry need to be stopped, and we need to give some space to the principals and the teachers to be able to give the quality in the academics and the value education, which is lacking in the education system. Thank you, and sorry if I have hurt the sentiments of both of you.
From top to bottom, the same thing is happening. Even in colleges, the principals face the similar situation. So I quite empathize with you.
You know, Raji, there's a certain sense of deja vu because I think I've heard this before also. The point which you have mentioned, I think, is very valid. I think last time a CBSE principal met me and she told me that, look, you guys have become the headmaster and I'm not the headmaster at all. So I take your point and I take it with a very large heart, not with a pinch of salt, I would say. You know, any institution is driven by leadership. And ultimately, it is the principal's leadership or the vice principal's leadership which makes all the difference. If you look around and if you see the life of any institution, the ups and downs have come because of leadership. One principal comes, shapes the school, shapes the institution, it becomes like nothing else before. We will be talking to you, talk back to us, but your leadership must guide you to do what you want to do. And I have absolutely no hesitation in saying, we are giving you certain suggestions, we are giving you certain advices. It has to be read and implemented in a manner which you deem fit. And I have no hesitation in saying that, but I'm carrying back this sense which is there here amongst all. We will be talking to the CBSE as well as the other boards also. I have taken note of your concern. I shall try and do something. Can I take 1 minute and say something? You know, the way we get tested in school education especially, it worries me no end. In life, if you have to do well, we say that you need to do teamwork. You need to talk to each other. And the way our examination system is designed, it is designed to encourage individual brilliance. So when you're writing an exam, you spread your hand like this and you make sure that whatever you are writing, no one else gets to see it. You see, you are performing as an individual. And whereas in life, you are supposed to do well in a teamwork. I think, are we doing things adequately so as to do or encourage teamwork or not? I think all assessments are with respect to individual brilliance, which is there in these schools. But for other things, we are not being ranked at all. I think there's a need to think about it, need to come together, create more peer groups, and how we do well as a community, how we do well as a group also must be encouraged and also must be devised. I'll be very happy to hear from you, not today, but I would ask CBSE to get in touch with all their principals. And once again, I would say that leaders always do what they think is right. If you have to do it in the next 2-3 hours and upload the link and all, let me have a look at it as to what we can do about it. But I take note of your concern. Thank you.
Well, let's stand up and give Mr. Sanjay Kumar a very, very warm round of applause. He spoke candidly, he spoke lucidly, covered all the subjects. Sanjay Kumar, thank you very, very much for this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kumar, for taking time out to be with us here today. And it was a very candid conversation indeed. And for sharing insights on how school education is rightly an investment for the child's future and the need to bring in economies of scale in the school ecosystem. I would like to invite Manoj Sharma, CEO India Today, to join us on stage to present a token of appreciation to the esteemed guest. Moving on to the next session, credibility of entrance examinations has been making headlines for quite some time now. The next panel will discuss the strategies for revamping entrance examinations to ensure they are both fair and transparent. To delve into this important topic, we have a set of very experienced speakers with us. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together to welcome Professor Shantishri Dhulipuri Pandit, Vice Chancellor, Jawaharlal Nehru University, Professor V. Ramgopal Rao, Group Vice Chancellor, BITS Pilani, and R.K. Verma, Founder, Resonance, Kota. Also requesting India Today's Executive Editor, Kaushik Deka, to come up on stage and moderate this discussion. Kaushik, over to you.
Good morning, everyone. This is a very controversial subject at the moment. The entrance examination, we all dread entrance examination. I appeared only for once. Thankfully, I cleared that. I'll ask this question to each of you, same question, that many critics are now saying that why do we actually need an entrance examination at all in a country like this? How can we evaluate students based on one examination? And in the previous session, we discussed about the new education policy, talking about experiential learning, the change in the assessment process. So probably, ma'am, I'll start with you. Do you think in the long run, we would not probably need entrance examination at all?
Thank you, sir. I think basically one issue is uniformity versus unity. Can we have one exam, one nation for such a diverse country like India? Because what happens is, can one structure determine your knowledge? Because what is tested today through the exams is your rote memory only. And when you come for research, that is the least needed skill. You need originality, you need how to write, you need how to think differently. That is not tested in this. So my question is, at least as a JNU, I was a student of JNU. I wrote the JNU exam which JNU ran it itself, which was interpretive. We did not have MCQs. So interpretive, you can test whether I can write an essay and whether I can construct something. And usually interpretive questions have lesser chances of any disaster or calamity. So my first question is, I think we have to have a go-between. I'm not saying all the exams have to be overhauled. Now, those who want the thing can have, but I think because of problems, it is necessary that we reassess what is happening at the present. But I think some sort of an entry is necessary because, let's say, for universities or colleges, Delhi colleges, the percentage of applicants are so high to the number of people we take in. Like even NEET, I'm told it's only 4%. And in JNU, for School of International Relations, it is 1:220 applicants. So how am I going to, and different state boards. I come from Tamil Nadu State Board. How will I compete with a CBSE State Board, or how are you going to give me equivalence? So these are issues I think we have to think seriously. And I would say let us go in a more inclusive, consultative way. And I think in all this, teachers should be involved with maybe bureaucrats, but I think those who teach are the ones who should take the decisions.
You made a very valid point, ma'am, when you said that teachers should be involved, and that's what brings me to Professor Rao, because he was director Delhi IIT, and IITs have in a way shown way that engineering entrance examinations, especially for IITs, which have been relatively very clean. So my question remains that whether we need the assessment process, the entrance examination, and how we could probably revamp it.
Yeah. I think India's strength, as ma'am said, is in its diversity. Every state has a certain culture. It's like so many different countries in one. India is a continent sort of a thing. But the problem that happens is when students go to CBSE, right, very tailored kind of a program. Everything is similar. Half the diversity is lost, right, in the CBSE curriculum, which everybody follows, right? Whatever is left of the diversity is killed by the entrance examinations. Once you come to the JEE examinations and then you go and somewhere and you spend 3 years, after that everybody thinks exactly the same way, everybody approaches the problem exactly the same way. There is no diversity of thought left anymore. I think we are actually killing all that ingenuity that exists in our country, which is the biggest challenge right now. But what could be a solution? The solution is, of course, to do the way the American universities do, very diversified way of admitting students, but our numbers are huge, right? I mean, IIT Delhi, like 1 million students wanting to get into for some 3,000 kind of seats. You can't conduct anything which is easy to do. And if you do anything which is subjective, I can tell you every politician will be in the office of the director, wanting to get somebody into the system. So very often these are all processes evolved to bring in the transparency, because if you don't have the transparency, the system can be gamed in this country. I think from top to bottom, everybody wants to, get some favor done by somebody. So I think that's the only way out. So because of the challenges, the ethics issue, the moral issues, the practical challenges in terms of admissions, I think we are stuck with these examinations now, whether we like it or not. But to me, the solution, this is a symptom of the disease. The disease is we are not able to, expand or scale up our quality education, right? 23 IITs today admit 16,000 students. One US university, a large US university, would admit as many, one single university. 20 AIMS are admitting 2,000 MBBS scholars. These are very tiny numbers. The reason why these good institutions are admitting so few students is because there is no money, right? If you want to scale up anything, if I want to admit, let's say 1,000 more students, my funding given is not linked to how many students I admit. My funding is linked to how many faculty I have, what all other things that I do, but it's neither linked to the outcomes nor the number of students you have in our institution. So unless government modifies its financial model, unless links it to the enrollments, right? You scale up your institution, you receive more money. The day such an assurance is given by all these ministries, I can tell you our institutions will be able to scale up. Just one last point in IITs, when did we increase our intake? Only 2 times. Once when it was Mandal Commission, 50% increase. Second time when it was EWS quota, 25%. Other than that, no IIT ever had any motivation to increase any seats in this country because of the very flawed financial model that we have in this country.
Another interesting point, that flawed financial model. But as a journalist, I am very tempted to ask you this question. As you mentioned, because ma'am had suggested about interpretive assessment, and you said that's, you also supported it, but at the same time you said that the politicians would likely to game that system. In your experience when you were conducting IIT JEE or a part of it, did you ever face any political pressure or anyone trying to reach out to you to seeking any favor?
No, the JEE advanced examination is so foolproof, right? I was actually looking at the data. 70% of faculty in IIT get involved in the conduct of the exam, 70% of faculty. It takes 3,000 IIT faculty to actually conduct that examination. Every decision taken, everything is so transparent. There is never any scope for anyone to interfere with the JEE advanced examination. Thanks to that exam being conducted by IIT, that sanctity is maintained. But I cannot say the same thing of NEET, I cannot say the same thing about anything that NTA is doing, right? So I think that's the difference. When institutions conduct the exam, it's their culture, it's their, the entire name which is at stake. That is what matters when you conduct that exam. You never hear about question paper leak in JEE Advanced. You never hear about anybody tampering with the examinations in JEE Advanced. Even when it happened from 15, 20 years ago, systems immediately reacted, corrected, and never once anything like that happened. That's because of the way, the involvement of faculty in conducting that exam. It takes 3,000 people to conduct JEE Advanced. Imagine how many people in NTA conduct the NTA exam. right? Outsourced staff, external things, no control or anything. Which bureaucrat will go and, stand in the center to see what is happening? I think it's just completely flawed way of conducting examinations.
Yes, when I was doing this story on NTA, I was amazed the passion and integrity of the IIT teachers and the way they take ownership and responsibility about the exam. Compare that to how NTA actually conducts the exam. Professor Pandit C wants to make a point about...
I wanted to say that about political interference, no. Because I'm in JNU. Let me tell you that there is no political interference at all, at least with JNU, because I'm one of the most difficult vice chancellors. I don't listen. And let me tell you, they respect autonomy. The Ministry of Education tells me JNU is autonomous, JNU VC is even more autonomous. About the examination system, I'll agree with him. See, for IITs, it is easy because they are single subject. They are just engineering. When it comes to multidisciplinary universities, we have anything from anywhere, and especially JNU has subjects which are not even found in the Asian continent. We have mixture, interdisciplinarity. How will you have a paper set for such things? So unless you involve, I think, different universities into clusters like IIT, I think that will succeed, because then we will take ownership. Let me tell you, JNU entrance exam, never there was a leakage of paper, come what may. However, whatever you give it. So what I'm saying is, for multidisciplinary university, the challenge is higher, because our science departments want to go the IIT way, where they can go in for multiple choice. But then we have the humanities, the social sciences, the foreign languages, the different interdisciplinary subjects, where they want a different model. So it's also the problem of diversity there, and how you maintain that.
I must commend the bravery of Mr. R.K. Verma to come here and discuss about entrance examination. He is in a spot, especially what happened in Delhi 2-3 days back. Coaching centers are now in trouble, probably. And Professor Rao also hinted at how quota is actually killing the diversity of students. So given these circumstances, how do you see the role of coaching center? Because there is an allegation that this rigging of entrance examinations also happen at the behest of some coaching centers. How do you react to all this? Because you are in a spot.
No, first of all, I will answer your first question that you asked in the beginning.
Yeah, do we need entrance
requirement
examination?
of the entrance exams. And for that, I will agree with the ma'am and sir. Ma'am said that the uniformity. Sir pointed out one important thing, transparency. So these are the two very important aspects. And the exams are conducted because, sir also said that there is a huge gap between the number of seats available and the number of candidates aspiring for those exams. So it's a, you can say it's a requirement for rejection rather than selection. There are lakhs of students appearing in the exam. And as sir said that for JEE Advanced, as far as JEE Advanced is concerned, earlier it was known as IIT JEE. I myself appeared in IIT JEE in 1990 and I passed out from IIT Chennai. So JEE Advanced exam is conducted, as sir said, the same body is conducting the exam. So there is a belongingness for conducting the exam. I recall that professors used to go, when there was offline exam, professors used to go by themselves and taking the boxes which contain the papers, lock and key and everything in their, उनकी निगरानी में पेपर जाते थे और उनकी निगरानी में पेपर खोले जाते थे, उनकी निगरानी में ही पेपर, इट्स समथिंग लाइक जैसे होता है खुद की प्रॉपर्टी है भाई, खुद की चीज़ है तो उसको उस तरह से संभाला जाता है, नॉट आउटसोर्स्ड. मुझे याद है, सर को भी याद होगा, 1997 में जेई का पेपर आउट हुआ था. सेम डे जेई कंडक्टिंग, शायद दिल्ली ने कंडक्ट किया था उस टाइम पे, चेयरमैन साहब को किसी ने फैक्स पे किसी जगह पे सेंटर, कोई बाहर का सेंटर था, दूसरे स्टेट का, मैं राजस्थान से हूँ, किसी और स्टेट में था, तो पेपर का उनको फैक्स पे मैसेज मिला सेम डे. आप देखो सेंसिटिविटी कितनी है जेई कंडक्ट करने के लिए. उसी दिन अनाउंस किया शाम को कि भाई पेपर आउट होने के हमको समाचार मिले हैं, ये पेपर दोबारा कंडक्ट किया जाएगा, और मेरे ख्याल से उस साल 19 जुलाई को, और ये पहला जो पेपर आउट हुआ था दैट वाज कंडक्टेड इन मई, एंड द नेक्स्ट पेपर वाज कंडक्टेड इन जुलाई इटसेल्फ। मतलब उसी दिन, जैसा अभी इस साल जो नीट का इतना सारा हुआ है उसमें इतना टाइम लगा फाइनल डिसीजन तक पहुंचने में, और वो भी सुप्रीम कोर्ट की मदद से उस डिसीजन तक पहुंचे हैं। बट जब जेई का उस समय हुआ था उसी दिन डिसीजन लेके उसको किया गया। तो मेरे ख्याल से एग्ज़ाम की रिक्वायरमेंट तो है, और वैसे भी पूरा जीवन ही एग्ज़ाम से ही चलता है। ये तो चलो स्कूल टाइम पे तो आपको पेपर देना पड़ता है, पर इसके बाद तो आपको परीक्षाएं बहुत सारी देनी पड़ती है, बिना किताब पढ़े बिना सिलेबस के आपको पेपर्स देने पड़ते हैं। तो मैं खुद भी टीचरों में फिजिक्स पढ़ाता हूँ, और बच्चों को मैं यही बोलता हूँ कि ये जो आप फिजिक्स केमिस्ट्री मैथ सीख रहे हैं, इस प्रोसेस में आप भले ही फिजिक्स केमिस्ट्री मैथ सीख रहे हैं, पर आप एक्चुअली जीवन जीने का तरीका भी सीख रहे हैं, जीवन में लड़ने का तरीका भी सीख रहे हैं। इस सब्जेक्ट को सीखने के दौरान आपके अंदर जो बहुत सारी क्वालिटीज़ डेवलप होती हैं, वो क्वालिटीज़ आप नंबरों में मेजर नहीं कर सकते, लेकिन आपके अंदर जो क्वालिटीज़ डेवलप होती है फ्यूचर में आपको चीज़ों से लड़ने के लिए तैयार करती हैं। तो एग्ज़ाम तो एसेंशियल पार्ट, इसको आप छोड़ नहीं सकते हैं। आपका दूसरा क्वेश्चन एक बार और आपको रिपीट करना पड़ेगा।
The role of coaching centers. It's
सर
now
देखो,
it's getting controversial.
रोल ऑफ कोचिंग सेंटर्स तो ये बहुत ही बहस का विषय है वैसे, लेकिन मैं एक बात आपको कहना चाहूँगा। कोचिंग्स को क्रिटिसाइज़ भी किया जाता है, लेकिन कोचिंग का रोल अगर आप वास्तव में अगर 24 घंटे कोचिंग सिस्टम को, ठीक है, अपवाद होते हैं, कहीं ना कहीं कुछ चीज़ें एक्सीडेंटल हो जाती हैं, कहीं ना कहीं कुछ चीज़ें का कंट्रोल नहीं रहता है, लेकिन आप ज़्यादातर कोचिंग से स्टडी करोगे। मैं कोचिंग से आता हूँ इसलिए किसी को लगेगा कि भाई मैं कोचिंग को सपोर्ट कर रहा हूँ, लेकिन कोचिंग में भी बहुत मेहनत होती है, टीचर्स बहुत मेहनत करते हैं, दिन रात लगे रहते हैं बच्चों के साथ में। अपने खुद के बच्चों को उतना टाइम नहीं देते हैं जितना कि स्टूडेंट्स को टाइम देते हैं उनको पढ़ाने के लिए, और बच्चे भी खूब मेहनत करते हैं, टीचर्स भी बहुत मेहनत करते हैं, पूरा सिस्टम लगा रहता है, तब जाकर के रिजल्ट्स प्रोड्यूस होते हैं। कोचिंग का मैं एक बहुत बड़ा कंट्रीब्यूशन मानता हूँ, शायद पता नहीं कितने लोग उससे एग्री करेंगे। एक टाइम पे जब कोचिंग्स बहुत कम होते थे या कोचिंग्स नाम मात्र के होते थे, कोचिंग्स का भी बहुत अलग तरीके से इवोल्व हुई हैं। पहले करेस्पॉन्डेंस कोर्स चलते थे, फिर उसके बाद क्लासरूम कोर्स चले, अब आज की तारीख में तो एडटेक की मदद से, एडटेक वालों ने, हम तो ऑफलाइन वाले हैं, एडटेक वालों ने तो मिलियंस में पढ़ाना शुरू कर दिया है, जहाँ पे मेरे ख्याल से वो सिर्फ आप दे रहे हो, बच्चा ले रहा कि नहीं ले रहा उसका कोई श्योरिटी नहीं है। तो जो सबसे बड़ा कंट्रीब्यूशन मेरे हिसाब से कोचिंग का है वो है, एक टाइम पे आईआईटीज बहुत ही एक सेलेक्टिव लोगों के लिए एग्ज़ाम होता था। एक प्रकार से आप ये मान लो कि कई लोगों को पता भी नहीं होता था आईआईटीज। मैं खुद एक छोटे से गांव का रहने वाला हूँ, कोटा ज़िले में। मैं बहुत ब्रिलियंट स्टूडेंट था, मुझे नहीं मालूम था आईआईटी क्या चीज़ होती है। मैं जानता था कि हमारे गाँव से 2 इंजीनियर बने थे राजस्थान का स्टेट पीईटी एग्ज़ाम दे करके, तो हमारे लिए वो आइडियल होते थे। हमारा ये था कि भाई मैं मैथ्स में अच्छा हूँ, मेरा पीसीएम था 9 से, तो मुझे लगता था कि इनके जैसा मुझे इंजीनियर बनना है। समबड़ी बहुत दूर का रिलेटिव हमारे गांव में आए, मेरे घर पे आए, मुझे मिले, उन्होंने मुझसे बातचीत करने के बाद मुझे बोला कि यार तू तो आईआईटी के लायक है। मैंने कहा कि भाई आईआईटी क्या चीज़ होती है? तो उन्होंने कहा कि आईआईटी बहुत बड़े संस्थान, आईआईटी का उन्होंने एक्सप्लेन किया, बखान किया, और मेरे दिमाग में फिट कर दिया कि तेरे को आईआईटी में जाना चाहिए। उसके बाद मैं दूसरे दिन कोटा गया, वहाँ से मैं कॉलेज के पास किताब की दुकान थी, मैं बता दूँ कैसे तैयारी की हम लोगों ने। किताब की दुकान पर जाके मुझे मालूम भी नहीं था कि कौन सी किताब से आईआईटी की तैयारी करते हैं। आई सिंपली सेड मुझे आईआईटी का एग्ज़ाम देना है, मुझे बुक्स दे दो। तो जो बुक वाला था उसने बहुत सारी बुक्स मुझे दे दी। उसमें अच्छा, मैं हिंदी मीडियम का स्टूडेंट था, सारी किताबें अंग्रेजी में थी, लेकिन चूंकि दिमाग में फिट हो गया था, डिटरमिन्ड था कि आईआईटी में जाना है, इससे कहीं और जाना ही नहीं है। तो किताबें भर के थैले में ले गया, घर पे जाके सेल्फ स्टडी की, एक एक लाइन को 4-4, 5-5 बार पढ़ता था, तब जाके मुझे वो समझ में आती थी। टेक्निकली अच्छा था, लेकिन लैंग्वेज पे उतना कमांड नहीं था, इसलिए इंग्लिश की किताब को पढ़ता था। उसमें 15 साल के पेपर थे, उन्होंने मेरी हेल्प की। तो कहीं ना कहीं आपको किसी एग्ज़ाम की तैयारी के लिए कोई ना कोई तो फोकस्ड और पिन पॉइंटेड तरीका चाहिए होता है। वो तरीका किताब के माध्यम से हो सकता है, वो किताब किसी पर्सन के माध्यम से हो सकता है, वो कोई ना कोई तो एक, हर एक एग्ज़ाम का एक अपना एक वो होता है, एक तासीर होती है उसकी, उसके हिसाब को आपको मेंटली प्रिपेयर करना पड़ता है।
लेकिन कोचिंग सेंटर एक अलग लेवल की स्ट्रेस ला रहे हैं स्टूडेंट्स के लाइफ में। आपने बिना कोचिंग लिए आपने क्लियर किया, आज के बच्चे क्यों बिना कोचिंग लिए, क्योंकि जो एक्सेस नहीं कर पाएंगे कोचिंग को। आज मैं इंडियन एक्सप्रेस में एक आर्टिकल पढ़ रहा था।
मेरी बात पूरी नहीं हो पाई है।
नहीं, मैं साथ में ये जोड़
शायद उसमें ये आंसर आ जाएगा
साथ में जोड़
जो मैं बोल रहा था, एक बहुत बड़ा कंट्रीब्यूशन कोचिंग का क्या है।
क्योंकि उसने लिखा है, उस आर्टिकल में लिखा हुआ है कि कोचिंग को एजुकेशन मानना नहीं चाहिए, इट हैज़ बिकम ए बिजनेस। तो इनको जैसे बिजनेस होते हैं, अलग अलग बिजनेस होते हैं, एंटरटेनमेंट बिजनेस होते हैं, फिजिकल हेल्थ के बिजनेस होते हैं, तो इनको उसी तरह से मानना चाहिए। दूसरी बात, कोचिंग सेंटर ने इतना कंपटीशन क्रिएट कर दिया है कि जो मार्जिनल क्लासेस से आते हैं, जो एफर्ट नहीं कर पाते, वो पीछे रह जाते हैं। आप घर में बैठ के सिर्फ किताब पढ़ के अगर क्लियर कर सकते थे आपके जनरेशन में, आज के बच्चे भी, आप एजुकेशन सिस्टम तब भी ख़राब था, आज भी ख़राब है, तो क्यों नहीं कर सकते आज के बच्चे? क्यों कोचिंग की रिक्वायरमेंट ही क्यों है? एक्स्ट्रा जो ये
तो मैं आपको
एडिशनल
जो मैं बोल रहा था उस टाइम पे कि कोचिंग का कंट्रीब्यूशन क्या है, तो जैसे मैं अच्छा स्टूडेंट था, मुझे मालूम नहीं था आईटी क्या है। वो तो किस्मत से वो मेरे बहुत दूर के रिश्तेदार गांव में आए और मुझे उन्होंने बताया, आईटी का मुझे पता चल गया। कोचिंग्स ने जो इंस्टीट्यूशंस हैं, एक तो प्रचार प्रसार करके इंस्टीट्यूशंस को हाईलाइट किया, गांव-गांव तक पहुंचाया है। आईआईटीज़ ने खुद ने कभी कोई एफर्ट नहीं किया वहाँ पे कि भाई आईआईटी के बारे में गांव में लोग जाने। अच्छे बच्चे तो सब जगह हैं, गांव में भी है, छोटी जगह भी, शहर में भी। आईआईटीज़ का सिर्फ एक एडवर्टीजमेंट आता था कि भाई इतनी इतनी तारीख को आईआईटी का जेईई एग्ज़ाम होगा। आईआईटी की जिम्मेदारी भी नहीं कि भाई वो जाके प्रचार करें कि आईआईटी ऐसे संस्थान है, लेकिन कोचिंग्स ने छोटी छोटी जगह पे गांव के बच्चे को भी ये बताया है कि आईआईटीज़ नाम के संस्थान है जहां जाकर के आपकी ज़िंदगी में इतना बड़ा परिवर्तन आ सकता है। एक तो होगी जानकारी, दूसरी बात छोटी जगह के बच्चे को ये कॉन्फिडेंस दिलाना कि भाई तू आईआईटी में, यू कैन गो टू आईआईटीज़, आईआईटी में जा सकते हो, पढ़ सकते हो और उसके लिए सेलेक्ट हो सकते हो, और उसको सेलेक्ट कराने के लिए हम हैं। अच्छा, उसमें जो आपने बोला कि मार्जिनलाइज लोग और या छोटे, मतलब जिनकी कैपेसिटी नहीं है या जो इसको अफोर्ड नहीं कर सकते हैं, उस बात में भी मैं आपको बोलना चाहूँगा। जो कंट्रीब्यूशन वाली बात है, कोचिंग संस्थान इतनी सारी तरह की पॉलिसीज़ बनाते हैं। हम खुद, मेरे संस्थान में जो हमारी गाइड है, बच्चों के एडमिशन का जो ब्रोशर है, 50 तरह की कम से कम पॉलिसीज़ हैं जिसके तहत बच्चों को स्कॉलरशिप देते हैं। तो वो उसने अगर कहीं भी कोई बोर्ड में अच्छा किया हो, कहीं भी कुछ भी अगर उसने एक अचीवमेंट हासिल की है जिससे सिद्ध होता है कि हाँ ये इस बर्डन को सहन कर सकता है, तो उसको फाइनेंशियली खूब सारी हेल्प मिलती है। और आउट ऑफ द पॉलिसी जाके भी हम कई बार बच्चों को स्कॉलरशिप्स देते हैं। जैसे किसी बच्चे का केस टू केस बेसिस पे कि भाई कोई बच्चा आता है और वो बोलता है कि भाई हम इस बार बाढ़ आ गई, खेती बाड़ी हो नहीं पाई, तो हमारे पैसे नहीं आ पाए, ऐसे बच्चों को हम हेल्प करते हैं। किसी का पानी नहीं आया, उसकी वजह से फसल खराब हो गई, या कोई और चीज़ की वजह से ये हो गई, तो बच्चों को खूब सारी तरह से फाइनेंशियली हेल्प करते हैं। तो कोचिंग के दूसरे जो पहलू हैं, पॉजिटिव पहलू हैं, उन पहलुओं को भी देखना चाहिए और एक्चुअल में स्टडी करना चाहिए। आप तो न्यूट्रल होकर के स्टडी करो, बच्चों से पूछो, जो बच्चे पढ़ रहे हैं उनसे पूछो कि वास्तव में ये किस तरह से आपको हेल्प कर पा रहे हैं, और फिर उस हिसाब से असेसमेंट होना चाहिए।
दो एजुकेशनिस्ट बैठे हुए हैं, तो आई वुड लाइक टू टेक रेस्पॉन्स फ्रॉम प्रोफेसर पंडित।
I would slightly disagree with Verma ji. One problem is, see the recent UPSC debacle in Rajendra Nagar, which is also coaching institutes violating every norm of civilized life. You are literally charging the students so high, you have brokers, you have everything. Delhi has become a den of exploitation. So I would not agree totally. You may be thing, but I have certain issues. Do you see education as a service or a business? That is very important. In a country like India, that is a developing country, poor country, if education becomes a business, then it's going to only target those who can afford it. I think private institutes may help that, but public institutions, let me tell you today, JNU still charges 10 and 20 rupees fees. And we are totally subsidized by the union. And we are the number one, doing better than coaching institutes. JNU has 3 ministers in the present cabinet. 50% of the UPSC is from JNU. They don't go to coaching classes. So what am I trying to say? If the education system is able to deliver the best, and I think we do have that space, we are not exploring it enough. You can be there. We are not saying that you should not be there. But another thing where I have is, It also says coaching institutes have come in because normal teaching is not done in colleges. Maybe Delhi University colleges are very good. I spent most of my years in Maharashtra. The college level education was so bad. The permanent teachers never came and taught. So what happens is students have no option but to go to these coaching institutes to pass. So is it that, so are we have to see whether, there is teachers who are doing their teaching. I would also say that also coaching classes do well because there's a uniformity of exams. You think I didn't have uniformity. मैं जो मेरे मन में आती हूँ मैं पूछती हूँ. तो आप कैसे ट्रेन करेगा? JNU entrance exams को आप ट्रेन ही नहीं कर सकते हैं. So I will appeal to all teachers who are preparing papers. Please don't be monotonous. Please be diverse. Surprise the coaching institutes and put them out of business. Because I don't believe, I don't believe as an honest teacher. One second, let me finish, sir. You can contradict me. As an honest teacher in a poor country, I also come from the backward classes. I come from the state of Tamil Nadu. But for JNU, but for 10 rupees and 20 rupees, and Presidency College, also at 120 rupees, all government education, including convent education, subsidized by the state in Tamil Nadu, I wouldn't be where I am. I could not have afforded a coaching institute, and I think I'm not against them. Those who can afford it, those who want to go there can go. But my question is, what happened in Rajendra Nagar should not happen. Do we have a conscience? This is in the name of competitive. There are coaching centers. What is your responsibility? Did you give for the deaths 10 crores to those students? You caused the death of those 3 students. And one of the students is from JNU. Let me tell you today, I give, and it is very, very hard. No responsibility of the coaching institute to the tragedy that happened at Rajendra Nagar. And every rule was flouted. If politicians are to be blamed, then coaching institutes are also to be blamed. This is my position. Thank you.
Before I go to you, Professor Rao, your point.
I think the coaching institutes are a necessary evil now. You can't do without them, unfortunately. And in IIT Delhi, when I was the director, we tried to actually do something about the coaching institutes. We called it IIT Professor Assisted Learning, IIT PAL, and where we had the best teachers in IIT who actually set the maths, physics, chemistry kind of question papers to record lectures based on the whatever is the kind of questions that are set. And for maths we had 200 hours of lectures, chemistry 200, biology 200. So we had 800 hours of lectures posted online and then made them freely available for any child. Our idea was a girl child in a remote village should be able to go through that material and be able to clear the exam. Right? But then they also said, but we need some practice exams, right? So then we had the JEE toppers in our institutions, in IIT Delhi and other places, to actually solve some question papers. I mean, we were actually doing all of that, but then, did not go too far because people also keep changing. Even in the ministry, somebody pushes it. In my 6 years as the director of IIT Delhi, I have seen 5 secretaries, 4 ministers. What continuity can you expect? Everybody comes and starts fresh. I think that continuity problem is the biggest challenge in the ministries. Otherwise, if those schemes were continued and if that whole effort continued, we could have actually done something about it. So.
Do you believe, but this new education policy, if it is implemented in the right spirit, what it talks about experiential learning and the different process of assessment, that coaching institutes would in the future become irrelevant?
I think the NEP is not going to solve the coaching institute problem. I think it's an admission problem, the supply-demand problem. We need to, increase the number of quality seats, the affordable seats, right? I mean, how do you, for example, how can JNU admit, 4 times more students having 4 extension campuses? That requires money, right? Somebody has to give them that mandate, give them 10 years, give them the land, give them the funds. They can actually do that. IITs, why are they admitting 15,000 students, 23 IITs, they should actually be admitting 50,000 students. But somebody has to give that mandate, give the finances, and nobody is planning any of that. I think the number of students taking this exam is going up. The NEET exam was 17 lakhs last year, this year 23 lakhs. At the rate the number of students taking the exam is increasing, our seats in the government sector are not growing. In the private sector, there is a financial model. I mean, if I admit more students, I get more fee, therefore I want to admit more students. So private institutions are rapidly expanding, right? But the government institutions are stuck with the same numbers for such a long time, and they have no money, they are fighting lots of bureaucratic kind of hurdles. I think, things in government system are terrible right now when it comes to the financial model, when it comes to autonomy. That is what NEP should do. NEP should actually set these things right for the government institutions, because for a bright student, who cannot afford these private institutions, the BITS Pilani fee is 2.5 times more than the IIT fee, right? And in IIT, only 40% of students pay the fee. In BITS Pilani, everybody pays the fee. So I can always increase my seats by 1,000 kind of a thing, but IIT Delhi can never increase their seats by 1,000. Right? That requires ministry, secretaries, everybody to come up with a plan, and that's not happening right now, unfortunately. So NEP needs to do that. I think if they fix that problem, which is the actual disease, I think all these symptoms of coaching and other things, at least their impact will be less. So.
I know Resonance does a lot of good work. In fact, among the coaching institutes, Resonance is known to be one of the best, not just for producing students for different institutes, but the way it takes care. And that's why we invited Mr. R.K. Verma. But as an industry insider, and very quickly, what would be your 2-3 points that can actually change the impression and about coaching institutes, and how it can function better, it can become more student-centric?
So actually,
quickly 2-3 points.
Yeah. We, first of all, we as an individual institution can work for bettering ourselves, but we cannot control how the other institutions function. We all are independently working, and every institution is working as per their, as the secretary sir said that time, the leadership decides how the institution will function. So every institution has different leadership, they have different mindset, they have different goals for running their institution. So accordingly, they are doing that. So I cannot say about the others, but I can say about ourselves. And as ma'am said that there should be surprises. I made note in the morning that the topic is how the entrance examinations can be improved. So I made some point. If you give me time, I can just read out very fast. So my title is surprises. In the examination, सरप्राइज आइटम्स होने चाहिए. मेरा पहला पॉइंट था, पेपर के अंदर अननोन फैक्टर्स होने चाहिए, एक्साइटमेंट होना चाहिए पेपर देने का, रट्टा हुआ नहीं होना चाहिए पेपर के अंदर, क्वेश्चन रिपीट नहीं होने चाहिए, पैटर्न जो क्वेश्चन पेपर का पैटर्न है हर साल एटलीस्ट 25% नया होना चाहिए, उसमें टाइप ऑफ क्वेश्चंस कि भाई किस तरह के क्वेश्चन पूछे जाएंगे उसका पैटर्न चेंज होना चाहिए, एटलीस्ट 25% क्वेश्चन का पैटर्न डिफरेंट होना चाहिए. बच्चे को क्या है, पूरा हर चीज़ रटी हुई होती है. अच्छा, आईटी के लिए नहीं, मैंने आईटी का नोट डाला है लास्ट में, मैं उसको बोलूँगा. तो पैटर्न 25% डिफरेंट होना चाहिए. क्वेश्चंस की वाई मार्क्स आर फिक्स, हर बार क्यों भाई 720 का एग्जाम होगा, हर बार इतने मार्क्स का क्यों एग्जाम होगा. अगर जरा सा भी चेंज आता है ना तो बच्चे का एक माइंडसेट चेंज होता है और उस समय उसको डिसीजन लेना पड़ता है ऑन द स्पॉट. तो मार्क्स क्यों फिक्स हैं, नंबर ऑफ क्वेश्चंस क्यों फिक्स हैं, ट्रिकी क्वेश्चंस होने चाहिए. मतलब कुछ क्वेश्चन तो ऐसे होने चाहिए जिससे बच्चे का कॉन्फिडेंस बढ़े कि हाँ भाई मुझसे कुछ क्वेश्चन हुए, लेकिन कुछ क्वेश्चन ऐसे होने चाहिए जिससे उसकी एक्चुअल प्रेजेंस ऑफ माइंड टेस्ट होनी चाहिए, अननोन सिचुएशन में कैसे रिएक्ट करना है वो होना चाहिए, स्पीड ब्रेकर्स होने चाहिए पेपर के अंदर. मतलब जो पेपर बना रहा है टीचर, जो भी फैकल्टी पेपर बना रहे हैं, उनको ऐसी चीज़ें डालनी चाहिए जो बच्चे को परेशान करे थोड़ा सा, और बच्चे को स्पीड ब्रेक समझ में आना चाहिए, यार ये मुझे ये छोड़ना है, ये करना है, ये नहीं करना है. पेपर मेकर्स जो हैं, मैं इसमें ये भी कहूँगा, जो पेपर बनाने वाले हैं उनको बहुत हार्ड वर्क करना पड़ेगा इसके लिए. दे हैव टू वर्क वेरी हार्ड. हम लोग हर संडे, जैसे हमारे संस्थान में अगर पूरे इंडिया के लेवल पे मान लीजिए कितने भी एक्स नंबर ऑफ स्टूडेंट्स हैं, हर संडे x/3 बच्चे एग्ज़ाम देते हैं, तो पूरे साल भर में हम पता नहीं कितने एग्ज़ाम कंडक्ट कराते हैं और इतने वो उसको हेड करते हैं, जबकि जो एग्ज़ाम कंडक्टिंग एजेंसीज है वो साल में मान लीजिए एक इंपॉर्टेंट एग्जाम कंडक्ट कराती हैं, हम तो हर संडे एग्जाम कंडक्ट करा रहे हैं। फिर मैंने नीचे लिखा है IIT JEE डज एवरीथिंग, उनका जो पैटर्न है उसमें ये सब चीज़ें हैं, सरप्राइज एलिमेंट होते हैं, टोटल नंबर मार्क्स फिक्स नहीं है, टोटल क्वेश्चन फिक्स नहीं है, सिर्फ एक चीज़ फिक्स है कि भाई ये फिजिक्स केमिस्ट्री मैथ्स का आपका पेपर होगा और इसका सिलेबस वही है जो CBA 12th का 11th-12th का आपका सिलेबस। लेकिन पेपर कंप्लीटली सरप्राइज एलिमेंट होते हैं, उसके अंदर आप कितनी कोचिंग करा दो बच्चे को, लेकिन अगर उसका माइंड विकसित नहीं है तो वो उसमें अच्छा नहीं कर पाया, कोई रटी हुई चीज़ उसके अंदर चलती ही नहीं है। आज तक के इतिहास में IIT JEE या JEE एडवांस का जो क्वेश्चन है, जब से IIT चल रहा है आज तक क्वेश्चन रिपीट नहीं हुआ है, और कोई क्वेश्चन आपको एज इट इज़ किताब में नहीं मिलेगा, सब क्वेश्चन नए बनाए जाते हैं। दिस इज़ वाई IIT JEE सो पॉपुलर, और इसी वजह से IIT JEE के जो 16-17 हज़ार बच्चे सेलेक्ट होकर IITs में जाते हैं वो एक अलग डिफरेंस क्रिएट करते हैं। तो ये
this is a very valid point. In fact, the JEE mains, earlier there was only one exam for IITs, right? So then the government said, no, you cannot, you need to, your exam needs to be for all the students in the country. Then IIT said, these are all tiny institutions, for them to conduct an exam for 15 lakh students, 20 lakh students is not going to happen. So this IIT said, we will not be able to do that. And then the government said, if you are not able to do that, then we will do that. The government actually wanted to have one single exam for IITs and all engineering colleges conducted by NTA. And IITs very strongly resisted. We said, we will never admit any student who is not taking an exam conducted by us. And then there was a lot of fight between government and IITs. Finally, the JEE Advanced came into existence. But once JEE Mains became NTA, IITs lost interest. Now not many from IITs actually participate in the JEE Mains. Now look at the quality of the JEE Mains papers. What is this, some 50 students, 60 students getting 100% marks? I mean, that is unheard of in the IIT JEE Advanced examination. Not even one student would get the full marks, right? Because you are challenging a student, and the examinations are designed to be at a certain level. If nothing, IIT exams have set the quality for maths, physics and chemistry in this country. When people say, why have subject tests, go to some aptitude kind of test, my argument is the reason IIT JEE Advanced exam needs to have maths, physics, chemistry is it is setting a certain standard for these subjects at the school level. So if you remove it and then make it some GRE kind of exam, what do you learn out of that? You learn nothing after preparing for a year or two for that exam. At least now the preparation itself makes you so good in those subjects. I think that's a purpose that is served. So.
In the spirit of entrance examination, where you have to answer all the questions within a stipulated time, my time is up, I've been told. So I'll have to bring this interesting session, a very stimulating session to a conclusion. Thank you, the panelists, for being here and enlightening us. I could have asked many more questions, but time is up. Thank you.
So some great insights on the real symptoms behind the problems around entrance examinations involving the flawed financial models of education institutes, supply-demand problems on availability of seats, ownership by faculty, and much more. So that truly was a very nuanced discussion. Everyone, let's give a very big round of applause to the panelists. Just please be on stage for a moment. I would like to call on stage Mr. Manoj Sharma, CEO, India Today Group, to hand over a token of appreciation to the esteemed guests. In a rapidly aging world, India's demographic dividend is considered to be a boon for its ambitious growth targets. But without the right skills and jobs, India's advantage of having 65% of its population under the age of 35 could easily slip away. To discuss how the nation can take advantage of its young population, I would like to invite on stage the session speakers. Everyone, please welcome Professor Anju Srivastava, Principal, Hindu College, Delhi. Professor Simrat Kaur, Principal, Shri Ram College of Commerce, Delhi. Professor Bipin Jojo, Dean, Tata Institute of Social Sciences, Mumbai. And Professor Poonam Verma, Principal, Shahid Sukhdev College of Business Studies, University of Delhi. Moderating this session is Sonali Acharji, Senior Associate Editor at India Today. Welcome everyone, and over to you, Sonali.
Last week, a 20-something came to meet me at the office. She was working with a public relations firm. And as she was leaving, she said, "Can you do me a B-roll?" And I said, "Okay, do you want a kati or a shawarma?" When an online video came to be known as something you'd associate with lunch, I do not know. But this moment really made me think how quickly generations change. And to give you a sense of that change, here are the top 5 things that Gen Z, or those between 20 to 27 years of age, expect from a workplace today. Flexible work, less money, but more support for mental health, no dress code, menstrual leaves, and effective harassment policies. This is from an RPG group survey of 4,000 Gen Zers in 13 cities done last year. A little bit more entertaining version of this is available on a Reddit forum made up of 8,000 Indian interns, where the top 5 things wanted are subsidized subscription to networking apps, a health food bar, a selfie booth, the right to use abbreviations in communication, and environmentally friendly offices. And the reason I'm sharing this with you today is that the young have a certain set of expectations from a work and from a workplace. And they do want a job in this very tough job market, but very often when they get the job, they feel they're not cut out for it. And those who feel they are cut out for it can't make sense of the job market. Unemployment is one of the biggest concerns for Gen Z professionals in India, more than that of the global average, according to the Deloitte India Gen Z survey, which was done this year. So you need skills to get a job, but you also need skills to learn from and really enjoy that role you work so hard to get. And hopefully today we're going to discover what these skills are. So I'm going to start with Professor Kaur. SRCC has always had a great placement record, and this year you had higher offers than the last. Could you tell us the kind of feedback that companies are giving you on what they're looking for in new hires, and how do you inculcate those skills in a college setting?
I think it's thank you so much. Very relevant and pertinent question. Often we have been taken forward as an institution to provide employability, but of late even entrepreneurial activities are being given a great push. but your question largely pertains to people who are looking for a job. It's very important first to understand the requirements of the industry and also the aspirations of our students, and then try to match them. Over the years, what we've seen is that students were always smart, but the rate at which they are becoming smarter has gone up, and largely because of the information that has been thrown open to them. But because of this, we have also noticed that they practically know what they want to do in terms of the professional career, but not necessarily whether their heart is what is aligned with the job. So we ask them, okay, if you want to do an MBA, is it because you're taking an HR role, but you might be cut out for a marketing role? And then for this, we have career counseling. We have psychological counseling as well, because students I've seen over the time, in the spirit of their aspirations going up and their expectations from the job going up, have somewhere fallen short in terms of the time gap that they want to give to reach that particular ultimate objective, and also sometimes prioritizing your own self over the society. So having a holistic development, a balanced development is what is required. For this, our stakeholders foremost would be the industry, our students, our parents, our peer groups, our alumni, the industry talks that we have, and also the kind of case studies which are taking place within the classrooms through experiential learning, which is teaching the students of what actually is meant to be good for the nation and not necessarily only the self.
Professor Srivastav, we were discussing this before, but students are really keen to try out newer professions. So they might not necessarily want the comfort of a 9-to-5 job with PF and health insurance. They'd like to go out and meet tribals or work with environment. So how do colleges change their curriculums or courses to meet this shift in career choices?
Thank you, Sonali, for the question. Very rightly said, we are seeing change in trends in the last 4 or 5 years, especially after COVID. We are ourselves witnessing the change in their career-mindedness. It is getting very enhanced, and they are very keen to do things which are more for their own selves rather than working for others. And the time that they want to spend should be the time for their own selves. And that's how the startup culture is very strong amongst the students. Also because they feel more comfortable with their peer, their associates in the colleges or in their nearby colleges. And that's how they form a cohort, and they are thinking already, and especially with technology in their hand and such a lot of information. So that, of course, is one thing. And to enable this kind of a thought process and to support them with this, we have to devise methods. We believe in giving them additional value to what they are doing in their regular courses. So the culture of internships, the culture of summer, winter projects, doing some kind of associations with within our projects of research, little research orientation. All of these things have taken a big leap, and you see the students very, very interested in that. Alongside this, I see a good trend towards their contribution in the social sector, because we are having lots of humanities, arts students. So, and this is also true for science students. The social sector contribution or working in that area is very much prevalent, as the think tanks or the civil society organizations are being looked to as playing a role in supporting government entities. So traditional colleges like ours, which have always had a craze for the public service examinations, that of course remains there. The selective examinations that they are, every third-year student, if you ask randomly, will say, I'm going to appear for the UPSC. That fashion still is there, but they know within the hearts of their heart that there are other paths to reach the same kind of impact through these kind of organizations, and they can make challenges addressed through such organizations. So I see that trend, and we've been discussing. And what also as I see is that many students have started taking interest in going into the interiors of the country and learning from the disadvantaged groups, including the tribal communities, because they feel that their answers to the complex questions of modern life, the answers rest in these communities. So that belief is also coming up, and they are ready to, as there is a lot of flexibility of timings, there's a lot of flexibility of venues, they get the support from their families, etc. And this is what we see is definitely the trend. So our, sort of effort or our motto then becomes that we must create an atmosphere which enables all of these kind of thoughts, and I think it's a really vibrant time. Needless to say that which are the contemporary topics and are very, very much chased are the technologies, the green technology or the AI and ML and all. We definitely give them trainings for that also. In our own small and big ways, and the industry need is to have skilled people. So they want people to be ready, they want people to be already trained, and then only they get into it. So there is a lot of effort which is going on in building relationships and linkages with the larger employers so that the industries are taken care of. So it's a mix of lots of things that are happening.
Yeah, Professor Kaur briefly touched upon entrepreneurship, and that's a very trendy thing today. Everyone wants to be their own boss, but it's also a difficult thing. So Professor Verma, if you could tell us, what are the sort of skills and guidance that a course in entrepreneurship should provide?
Yeah, thank you very much. In fact, to boast a little about my own college, we were the first undergraduate non-engineering college to get a grant from the government to start an incubation center. So we started an incubation center, and that was the vision of the Delhi government, to have incubation centers start in the educational institution. Under Section 8 company, we opened this. And we've already funded almost close to 56 lakhs for about 7-8 startups. And some of these startups are in the social sector as well, environment as well. One of them is a libas one, which what they do is the leftovers of the textiles before, it's prepared, and after it is prepared, they recycle those and sell some products. And of course, they engage differently abled people also, and the women also. Then they also have many startups like this are there. So what do we do? One, thanks to the NEP that's been implemented, we have generic electives being offered to the students on entrepreneurship. So the students are encouraged to take it, and to be very honest, I know the choices need to be given to the students, but we offer them on the platter as part of the education. Second part of it is that, we offer them the internship. Now, our college is known for placements, but because of the incubation center, which is now part of our institution as well, the students now see another opportunity, which is what we are encouraging them through the curriculum, and also, giving them hands-on experience, that they work more towards becoming a part of job creators lineage, rather than, always seeking a job. Of course, we are known for best placements. For that, we train them differently. But as far as this is concerned, this is what we do. We encourage our alumni to come forward. And in fact, we call it as a CARE. So it is College of Business Studies Alumni Recruitment Excellence. This is the acronym for this activity, where we bring in the alumni. We have an interactive sessions with the students, and they either go for the placements or they go for some kind of startup ideas. So these are few of the things that we keep working with the students all through. Of course, as far as education is concerned, becomes part of the curriculum, part of the training, Then another good thing that we do is our students participate in international business case competitions where they are competing with postgraduate institutions. It's the IIM, HEC Paris, Harvard Business Case Study Competition. Lately, we just had an HSBC Business Case Competition where our college was the one which represented India, and we got a podium position. So, these providing a platform for the students to participate in these kind of a competition helps them. So these are few of the things that we keep doing for them.
Do you also teach them how to cope with failure? Because that's a big part of startup life.
Yes. When I said 56 lakhs was given, 7 or 8 of them, 5 of them actually failed. Failed for reasons which were very different for each of them. But then it is the resilience. It is, bouncing back is what is actually, inculcated in them. So we always tell them failures are, an opportunity to learn something. Yeah. So that is obviously a case.
Yeah. Professor Jojo, TIS has a very strong focus on social work. And I know you have a master's in social work for mental health, which I love. How do you prepare your students for field work and to deal with diversity, often people who are very marginalized or very misunderstood? How do you prepare them?
Yeah, thank you. You are right that we have 9 thematic specializations within the broad area of social work. And health and mental health is, in fact, one of the specializations we have. And since COVID period, we have seen the increasing number of students going through the mental stress. I think we have been struggling with us students coping with different kind of issues. But we also have very strong team of counselors in the university. 24 hours counselors available as well as the medical doctors. Our whole structure of our curriculum is the praxis between the classroom and the field engagement, along with the research. And so from the first day, the day the students join, we start preparing them right from knowing about self, then about the society or the environment they are going to work or they are living in, and then some of the complex issues like poverty or inequality or gender disparity and so on and so forth. So there is a well-planned design of exposure from the self to the larger complex issues through what we call it group lab sessions to the fieldwork to internship. So throughout this 4 semester, there are different stages planned that how the students have to be exposed and prepare themselves that first of all they have to be good human being to face the different challenges and then deal with the different kind of complex issues in the society. So I think we have a well-planned curriculum as well as whole idea is to prepare them as a good human being to live for themselves and then think of the societal issues.
I'm just going to open it up to whoever wants to answer this, but with ChatGPT coming up, a lot of students feel that there are certain skills we no longer need to know. Is technology impacting their critical thinking skills? And if it is, and if it is lost, is that necessarily a bad thing?
All right, I'll take the first opportunity to speak up. Somebody said it's a necessary evil in the earlier one. Absolutely so. You cannot do without ChatGPT because not keeping a pace with what is happening in the technology front, one is going to be left behind. It's always the optimal utilization of the technology. And if the student or any one of us knows that technology should not drive us, but we should be driving the technology, I think everything can be used in a more optimal manner, which is going to be beneficial to the society. Regarding critical thinking, if ChatGPT is giving you a ready answer straight away when you're inputting and you get everything, the questions arise, in fact, in academia, because some of the research papers have also now been published where the co-authorship is given to the artificial learning and the machine. Is that right or wrong is a question. It is debatable, but it is important that if it is impeding the critical thinking, then that is the adverse side of this particular technology. Making our students aware when to use, how much to use, and in which spirit to use is more important. But asking them not to use it at all, I think that would be something like not being aware of technology and not adapting to new innovations, which may not be good from the student perspective.
Can I add? Yeah.
Yeah, carry on.
I feel, yeah, of course, ChatGPT and other such technology-driven things are here, and they cannot be ignored, and they, to that extent, you have to learn how to, be with it. But at the same time, as educators, as being in the classrooms, we have to be smarter. The teachers need to be, giving them that extra. And the work for the teachers has increased, should increase, to make themselves much, much more relevant. And that is from one person to another person. And the students inside the classroom should feel that, no, this is more from the classroom that they get rather than they're getting from the ChatGPTs or any other such information. And here then comes the role of hands-on skills, practicals, projects of such nature where it becomes necessary to have your own thinking. I think the mixture of these will make a lot of difference.
Professor Verma.
Yeah, I just wanted to add to what Professor Srivastava just mentioned. It's the teachers who have to be trained how to handle this situation, because doing away with ChatGPT, or for that matter, any kind of a technology, is not the answer. As rightfully said, it's a necessary, I won't call it evil, but it's helping us out. So, you know what, it's openly discussed in our, academic meetings, where we say it's the teachers who have to bring it out. Okay, I'm going to give you an assignment. This is from ChatGPT, the answer. Okay, now you built upon it, is what the challenge really comes for the teachers. So we need to accept it, embrace it, and how to make use of it, as rightfully said, optimal utilization. So we need to be one step ahead, and it has to be openly discussed in the academic meetings, where we encourage the teachers, please make use of it, okay? And how further to build upon is what the challenge lies with the academia.
Yeah. Most companies will invest in training new hires. I have a friend who's in London right now. She's attending workshops and showing me all the pudding she's eating. But in order to be trained, she has to be trainable. So could each of you very quickly list 1 or 2 skills which you think are essential for any graduate to have, regardless of what career they go down?
Okay, very shortly. I think knowledge sets you cannot do away with, skill sets, mindsets, personality, adaptability, and always thinking about inclusive and sustainable development. So becoming what we say is a socially responsible global citizen.
I think, to add to these virtues, one should, learn to have. How to work. Of course, communication skills should be good. There should be computer literacy for most of the students of today. To that extent, teamwork. They should learn how to be working in a team. And then, as in the past, panel discussions, there was individual and teamwork. Individual for exams and teamwork for being with the team and leadership. Then that's how it comes up. But being literate especially in the media angle, media literacy, financial literacy, these are few things which have become a must now to be called skilled and to be working further, in life.
Professor Jojo?
Yeah, I think the conventionally we see in our curriculum that it should have the component of knowledge, skill, and attitudinal aspect. I think in the today's context, I think knowledge skills we are very particular and we have been doing well. But how do we prepare the students socially sensitive, compassionate, and cultural competency. Probably, I think internationally, I think we are also seeing our international partners that how we can increase the cultural competence of the students. And then the skills of the day, like use of IT, communication, leadership, some of the skills which we require at the present day. I think that is the additional thing. But I think cultural competence, sensitivity, to be able to adapt to different realities, I think these are the most important and relevant things today.
Okay, I'm glad I'm the last one because I'll have to say the least. Most of them have been already said. But I think the two more important from my perspective as well is, one is the attitude to learn. That has to be, that learning has to be lifelong learning. Resilience is bounce back from those failures. Global mindset is very important in today's time. But how do we achieve all this? And I always feel there are two things that we require to inculcate in the younger generation is discipline and sacrifice. You know, somewhere these two things are missing. And I always feel that if I'm following a particular discipline, I'm leading a disciplined life, I am sacrificing. These two values have to be inculcated in our younger generation.
That's beautiful. You know, some skills should never be lost because they give our lives meaning and direction. And other skills need to adapt to meet newer realities because you really can't stop generational change. When I was growing up, everyone said, oh, your generation. You don't know when to write yours truly and when to put yours sincerely. You watch people curse on a family TV. Well, now you can watch a whole lot more, and we sign off with HYETS G2G, which is hope you enjoyed the session, got to go.
So thank you everyone for sharing with us how mental resilience, the right mindset, lifelong learning, and the very fundamental skills of discipline and sacrifice are critical for a successful life and for clearing the exams in life. So may I now request Sahaya Ranjit, Managing Editor, India Today Group, to come up on stage and felicitate our esteemed panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, please give us a moment. Our chief guest is about to arrive. So yeah, just give us a couple of minutes before we start. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, our chief guest is here. Can we please join your hands together to give him a big round of applause? Before we begin, we have a short video on India Today Best Universities and College Awards and Survey. Can we play it, please?
Every year, India sees tens of millions of students enrolling at thousands of colleges across the country. For each one of these students, the search for the best college is a critical step to building a successful future. On that count, over the past 28 years, the India Today Group's Best Colleges Survey has become the ultimate guide to academic excellence, a compass for students and parents to home in on the right college.
I'm delighted to be part of this prestigious event organized by India Today magazine. And as a civil society body, as a media house, India Today took responsibility to evaluate the best colleges of our country and publishing it continuously. This is a compliment to our education ecosystem.
Last year, we launched an online portal built on this survey data, the Best Colleges of India website. This year, in association with MDRA, we bring you the findings of the Best Universities of India survey on the website as well. Our interactive and easy-to-use site that has already garnered 1.5 million views in the last 1 month. Our website ranks over 2,000 colleges and several hundred universities across 14 fields of study, from engineering and science to medicine, the arts, commerce and more. Students can sort colleges not just on the year of ranking, but also on the state or the city they are located in. Every institution on the list has been extensively profiled with information available on courses offered, eligibility requirements, admission fees, cutoffs, placements, faculty data, infrastructure and so on. Even when it comes to employment, our Best Colleges website has you covered. Our Jobs in Demand section presents a snapshot of the kind of jobs available with information like salaries, job locations, and companies offering these jobs. Our website also carries information and crucial entrance exams, college and rank predictions, and regular contributions from educators and industry professionals. We invite everyone to visit our site for the best colleges and best universities in India. Presented by India Today. Visit our site today, bestcolleges.indiatoday.in.
And now I invite India Today's Group Editorial Director for Publishing, Mr. Raj Chengappa, to introduce our chief guest, Mr. Dharmendra Pradhan, Union Minister of Education, and take the session forward. Welcome, sir.
Firstly, let's give Mr. Dharmendra Pradhan, Union Education Minister, a very, very warm round of applause. We know he has an incredibly busy schedule. You must have seen him in Parliament yesterday in the thick of a debate, as well as today. He has just tabled one of the statements and he is rushing back to the Parliament. So we have him in limited time here. And Mr. Pradhan, thank you very much for gracing this occasion that's here. Mr. Pradhan actually deserves many, many congratulations. The first is for his massive win from the Sambalpur constituency in Odisha. Let's give him a very, very warm round of applause for the Lok Sabha. I was there covering it, and we have an old joke between us, but we won't discuss that at the moment. The second is also for the massive win that the BJP party won in Odisha, and I'm saying that particularly because it was Mr. Pradhan, who I know is the one who advised the party that do not have an alliance with the Biju Janata Dal with where Naveen Patnaik was headed, but go it alone. We have the confidence of him, and so his confidence has been vindicated. And the third, congratulations. How many times? The third one is that he has been reappointed or renominated or redesignated, or what should I call it, but he's again the Union Minister of Education. That's a great, great boon because he had shepherded for 3 years, and he is now in charge of one of the most important things that we are doing ahead, which is the new education or the national education policy, that the implementation of it. Of course, as soon as he joined, he's faced really heavy weather. We have seen what happened to the NEET entrance exams, and that is one of the issues that has sort of engaged the education community across. And Mr. Pradhan has very quietly and piloted the entire debate and the controversies, keeping it away from politics. And of course, we would like to know more about what has happened on that front. But really, here we are to speak about the future of education as he sees it. Why is it critical at this moment? What has happened to the national education policy, which was executed in 2020, but actual implementation is starting to come now. So let's start, Mr. Pradhan, with the national education policy. What would you say are the 3 or 4 big thrusts that you've been able to achieve and now want to move forward, and why is it so critical to India?
राजी, धन्यवाद. आपने हमें कंटिन्यूसली इंडिया टुडे बेस्ट कॉलेज अवार्ड गिविंग सेरेमनी में बुलाते रहे. मैं आपका आभारी हूँ. इट्स ए नाइस कोइंसिडेंट. टुडे इज 30th July. Today is the beginning of the 5th year of national education policy implementation.
Wow.
Yesterday only we completed 4 years of our journey after the new policy, National Education Policy 2020, जिसकी after 35 years we could envision a philosophical document. For me, it's not a simple booklet of 60 pages. It's not only another policy document of Government of India or any state government or any corporate house strategy plan. It's a philosophical document for entire universe, entire globe. There are regions. Why I am little bit, if you'll pardon me, I am little bit adamant on this issue, little bit aggressive on this issue. India being a young nation, demographic dividends will be there for next 25 years. This advantage will be there for next 25 years with India. In the next 25 years, when country has a target of developed country, national education policy, young population, this churning, this synthesis will not only bring good things for our country, innovation, new ideas, new technology, we have ambition to become a producing economy. All will be germinated through this national education policy implementation. इस महत्वाकांक्षा के साथ भारत अपना राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति को लागू कर रहा है. अगर मैं 3 पॉइंट में इसकी प्रायोरिटी एरिया गिनाऊंगा. What are the priority area for me as an administrator? I am not an educationist. All respectable educationists are there. With their advice, with your scrutiny, you are a great auditor. Media houses are supposed to audit and in the right perspective. Sometime वो करते नहीं है. तो हमारी मन खट्टा होता है, लेकिन आप करते रहिए. Audit in a democracy, audit, scrutinizing and criticism always put us in the right track. मैं एक policy practitioner हूँ. What are my priority when we implement national education policy? मेरे 3 चीज़ है. प्राइम मिनिस्टर कहते हैं our education system is now degree centric. It has to convert to competency based. एक पैराडाइम शिफ्ट नेशनल एजुकेशन पॉलिसी ने कई एस्पेक्ट में इसको लिखा है, कई चीज़ लिखा है। एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप को बढ़ाना है, स्किल बेस्ड एजुकेशन करना है, रिसर्च के ऊपर जोर देना है। भारत में अभी तक रिसर्च की, मैं आप सबसे क्षमा याचना करते हुए शब्द कह रहा हूँ, भारत की रिसर्च, ग्रेट प्रोफेसर रामगोपाल साहब इज हियर, रिसर्च की, और कभी कभी उनको मैं पढ़ता हूँ, मैं उनसे सहमत भी हूँ, रिसर्च जब तक उस देश की सामान्य लोगों की वेलबींग में काम नहीं आता है, एक नया प्रोडक्ट नहीं निकालता है, एक नया इकोनॉमी वैल्यूशन खड़ा नहीं करता है, उस रिसर्च है क्या, कभी हमको सोचना पड़ेगा। इसलिए जो बेसिक प्रायोरिटीज नेशनल एजुकेशन पॉलिसी की है, हमें एक पैराडाइम शिफ्ट करना है कि हमें डिग्री तो चाहिए, डिग्री से उसको कॉम्पिटेंस बेस की ओर एक कल्चर डेवलप करना। ये एक साल से नहीं होगा, एक पॉलिसी के दौरान भी नहीं होगा। वी हैव टू क्रिएट ए इकोसिस्टम एंड कल्चर, हाउ टू ट्रैवल, हाउ टू ट्रांजिट, हाउ टू ट्रांसफर फ्रॉम डिग्री टू कॉम्पिटेंसी। ये दोनों महत्वपूर्ण है। दूसरा, मैं मानता हूं भारत में कभी कभी हमारे वहाँ एक शब्द, इस कंट्री इज ए कंट्री ऑफ इनोवेटर। दिस इज माई स्ट्रॉन्ग बिलीव, बीइंग देयर इन पब्लिक लाइफ फॉर लास्ट 40 ईयर्स। मैं 11वीं क्लास से घर छोड़ के बाहर घूम रहा हूँ। मेरा अनुभव से मैं कह रहा हूँ, भारत की, जिसको हम अनपढ़ कहते हैं, गांव में बारिश होता है, उस गांव की वाटर मैनेजमेंट सिस्टम को हैंडल करने के लिए कोई जूनियर इंजीनियर नहीं रहता है। उस गांव की रेन वाटर को कंजर्व करना, उसको घर में नुकसान नहीं करना और एक फ्लो देना, ये काम करने वाले गांव की 4-5 नौजवान ही करते हैं। दे ऑल आर कॉम्पिटेंट वाटर मैनेजमेंट इंजीनियर्स आज इक्विवेलेंट टू रुड़की IIT प्रोडक्ट स्टूडेंट्स। इसको हमारे देश में एक शब्द लगाया गया कि जुगाड़ू लोग हैं, जुगाड़ू लोग हैं। मैं इसके एक एक्सट्रीम नेगेटिव एग्जांपल देता हूं समझने के लिए। ये IT दुनिया सबसे आधुनिक और मॉडर्न दुनिया माना गया इन दिनों में सर्विस इंडस्ट्री में। इसमें कई प्रकार के अनुभव है। हमारे सत्य नाडाले भी है, सुंदर पिचाई भी है, ये सब हमारी अल्टीमेट बेंचमार्क है। और उसमें सारे चीज़ों को तोड़ने के लिए अभी माइक्रोसॉफ्ट की सर्वर डाउन हो गया, दुनिया ठप हो गई, एयरलाइंस बंद होने लगे, डिसरप्शन शुरू हुई। किसी ने तो किया होगा। अभी इन दिनों में नेटफ्लिक्स में या अमेजोन में एक सीरियल चल रहा है जामतारा, फिशिंग के बारे में। जामतारा की अंडर मैट्रिक स्टूडेंट बड़े बड़े IT कंपनी के फायरवॉल को तोड़ने की कॉम्पिटेंसी रखते हैं। माय पॉइंट इज, दिस कंट्री इज फुल ऑफ टैलेंट्स, फुल ऑफ इनोवेटर्स। इसको आप डिग्री की स्केल में दिखोगे, शायद हम पीछे रह जाएंगे। ये ट्रांजिशन, इसमें एक ब्रिज बनाने के लिए रास्ता ढूंढना पड़ेगा। इस कॉम्पिटेंसी को एक फॉर्मलाइज कन्वर्जन में एक सिंपल फार्मूला नेशनल एजुकेशन पॉलिसी में कहा है कि गिव प्रायोरिटी टू लोकल एंड मदर टंग। आज से 200 साल पहले इस आप सभी की जो परंपरा, यू रिप्रेजेंट ए कल्चर, यू ऑल आर हियर बाय चॉइस, बाय मिशन। आप सभी की कैरियर में, मैं कईयों को व्यक्तिगत रूप में जानता हूं, अगर इफ यू ऑल हैव चूजन ए कमर्शियल लाइफ, शायद आप लोग और कुछ अच्छी जगह पे होते। भारत में हमने विद्या दान के बारे में कल्पना किया है, हमने बाय गिविंग ऑफ जॉय के बारे में हमारी कल्पना है, देने में आनंद है। ये सारे दुनिया में हम पिछले 200 साल में हमारी परंपरा को डीरेल करने के लिए एक पाश्चात्य वेस्टर्न कल्चर को लाया गया है। आई एम नॉट एट ऑल अपोजिंग एनी लैंग्वेज, वेदर इट इज इंग्लिश और फ्रेंच और मैंड्रिन। If my boy has to compete in the global market, they must learn 4 languages. But what will they market? What did they do there? They will market a product. उस प्रोडक्ट को बनाने के लिए हमें कोई इंग्लिश लैंग्वेज की निर्भरता की आवश्यकता नहीं है। जापान, चाइना, इवन जर्मन, वहाँ जो मैन्युफैक्चरिंग की दुनिया बनी है, वहाँ जो इनोवेशन की दुनिया बनी है, वो इनोवेटर की कोई कंपल्सन नहीं है वो एक फॉरेन लैंग्वेज से उसको समझे। हमारी देश में जो गैप है, भारत की आम लोगों में ये जो गुण है, उसको एक एकेडमिक एंड कॉम्पिटेंसी कन्वर्जन करने में लैंग्वेज इज ए गेम चेंजर। हमारी एजुकेशन कल्चर में आधुनिक आवश्यकता के साथ लुकिंग इनटू द ग्लोबल डेवलपमेंट, वर्क प्लेस की डेफिनेशन बदल रहा है। ग्लोबल कैपेसिटी सेंटर की कल्पना आ चुकी है। मैं जब 15 साल 20 साल पहले समाज में घूमता था, कॉल सेंटर की कल्पना होती थी, आज जीसीसी की कल्पना आ गई है। पहले एजुकेशन में मल्टी डिसिप्लिनरी वाज नॉट ए मॉडल, टुडे मल्टी डिसिप्लिनरी इज द मॉडल। ये सारे में एक लिमिटेड माइक्रोस्कोपिक माइनॉरिटी पढ़ पाता है। इसको अगर कैनवास को और बास्केट को बड़ा करना है, लैंग्वेज इज द स्ट्रेटेजी। तीसरा प्रायोरिटी, ये सारे होते हुए दुनिया में क्या हो रहा है। 5 साल पहले चैट जीपीटी की कल्पना एकेडेमिया में नहीं था। हम अगर डेवलप इकोनॉमी की प्लान करते हैं, what is our size of economy today? It is $3.5 trillion in today. We are the number 5th economy in the globe. By next 3 years, we will be number 3 economy. By 2047, our economy size will be fairly, there are predictions from $30 to $50 trillion. Our growth rate will be around 7 to 9 for next 25 years. ये दुनिया में कहीं नहीं होने वाला है। भारत ऐसा एक देश है अभी जहां 2 चीज की एडवांटेज है, एक कैप्टिव इनोवेशन हब, कैप्टिव मार्केट विद अ ग्लोबल एक्सपोजर। भारत के लोग कहीं भी विश्व में गए हैं, वो कोई पीछे नहीं रहे हैं। भारत की अनेक यूरोप की मार्केट में अभी लिमिटेशन आ चुका है। अमेरिकन मार्केट के पास बाइंग कैपेसिटी हो सकता है, लेकिन छोटा मार्केट है। अफ्रीका की मार्केट में बाइंग कैपेसिटी नहीं है। चाइना से कोई बात करने के लिए राजी नहीं है। ये पहले मैं आपको कहूं कि एजुकेशन में क्या संपर्क है, मैट्रिक 10th स्टैंडर्ड की एजुकेशन के साथ इसकी संपर्क क्या है। इसको एक ग्लोबल नेटवर्क करना, टेक्नोलॉजी को ही इनोवेट करना, या दुनिया की नई टेक्नोलॉजी को रिवर्स इंजीनियरिंग करना। टेक्नोलॉजी विल बी अ गेम चेंजर, ऑलरेडी अ गेम चेंजर इन ऑल आवर लाइफ। एआई पहले जिंदगी में नहीं था। ब्लॉकचेन कभी कैलकुलेशन की फैक्टर नहीं था। ये 3 चीज जो मैंने गिना, ये 3 चीज आने वाले दिनों में हम जितना जल्दी हमारी एजुकेशन कल्चर में हम ले आ पाएंगे, स्टार्टिंग फ्रॉम बाल बाटिका 1 इक्विवेलेंट टू KG1 अप टू हायर रिसर्च इकोसिस्टम। इसमें हमारी उद्देश्य क्या है? वी हैव टू बिकम ए प्रोड्यूसिंग इकोनॉमी, वी हैव टू क्रिएट मोर जॉब्स, वी हैव टू क्रिएट मोर वेल्थ क्रिएटर। आप अभी मैंने इंडिया टुडे की एक फोरम पे देख रहा था वेबसाइट में, हाउ मेनी जॉब्स द कॉलेज हैज प्रोवाइडेड। मैं कहूँगा आने वाले साल से आप लोगों को हाउ मेनी इनोवेटर, हाउ मेनी एंटरप्रेन्योर यू हैव क्रिएटेड। हमें वेल्थ क्रिएशन करने जॉब सीकर या जॉब गिवर, लॉट ऑफ विल बी जॉब सीकर, बट व्हेन देयर विल बी जॉब क्रिएटर देन ओनली यू कैन गेट जॉब। अभी हमारे एजुकेशन इस प्रकार की, मेरे को लगता है कि आने वाले 15-20 साल में, 25 साल में हम सबको मिलके NEP ये सब डील करता है। ये 3 मैंने ऐसे आइडियाज आप लोगों के अंदर और भी है। मैं आने वाले साल भर में किस 3 चीजों में प्रायोरिटी दूंगा, मेरे को लगता है 1, 2 दीज आर माई 3 प्रायोरिटीज। इसमें हम जोर देंगे तो देयर विल बी न्यू कल्चर, कॉम्पिटेंसी, लैंग्वेज, टेक्नोलॉजी, ये सबको प्रायोरिटी देने से देयर विल बी क्वालिटी आउटकम। अभी हमारा तो थ्योरी है कि चलो एजुकेशन इंस्टीट्यूशन में दाखिला ले लो, क्या पढ़े क्या नहीं पढ़े। आजकल कॉलेजेस में आपके सामने सब पेरेंट्स टीचर मीटिंग आप करते हैं तो आप एक जीपीएस की फैक्टर आपके पास आया है कि बच्चे की टेलीफोन, पेरेंट्स की टेलीफोन पे एप्पल भी एक ऐप बनाता है कि लोकेट करने के लिए बच्चा स्कूल में है, कॉलेज में है, यार कहाँ बैठा है। ये चैलेंजेस 20 साल पहले नहीं था, स्कूल कॉलेज जाना ही जाना है। अभी मॉल आ गया और कई कई चीज आ गई, चैलेंजेस है, अर्बन एंड मॉडर्न लाइफस्टाइल के चैलेंजेस है, इसको सोचना पड़ेगा। तो इसलिए एक नया कल्चर देश में एजुकेशन की बनानी पड़ेगी, ये मेरे को लगता है।
Taking off from this very lucid 3-point agenda, which you said was the main focus, one of the things you mentioned was technology. And if you take a look at the national education policy, it focuses on trying to bring a lot of vocational education into this, skill education. My question is this. One is you have the IITs and we have a great representative here. The other, there seems to be a caste system, you have the ITIs. How do you change this caste system where the IITs get all the privilege, but if you go to a foreign country, the Industrial Training Institute, any graduate who comes or any diploma holder who comes there gets a salary that is very high compared to the rest, and yet in India, they are almost given what they call slum wages. They are not treated properly. What is your, will the new national education policy change that whole feeling, and what have you all done in this budget to ensure that the ITIs get the priority and not just the IITs?
देखिए, दोनों को गाली मत दीजिए। कल मैं पार्लियामेंट में एक क्वेश्चन के आंसर दे रहा था। क्वेश्चनर भी बहुत अच्छे व्यक्ति थे, शशि थरूर जी, वेरी इलस्ट्रियस पर्सनैलिटी, अच्छे बोलते हैं। उनकी जब बोलते हैं मैं तो मंत्रमुग्ध होकर उनका इंग्लिश सुनता हूँ और ईर्ष्या करता हूँ, काश मैं ऐसे ही बोल पाऊँ कभी। उन्होंने, मैंने जब कहा कि हमारी देश की टैलेंट पूल इंटरनेशनल है, हमारे लोग कहीं भी जाओ, मैं घूमता हूँ तो कहीं भी मेरे कल्पना में कभी नहीं था कि मैं कभी कोई पेट्रोलियम की काम देखता था। चंगापा जी,
We met there first time. Yes.
एडनॉक के हेडक्वार्टर में गया, मेरे को कम से कम 50 IITians मिले मेरे को। मैं कभी सिंगापुर में एक सोशल गेट टुगेदर हमारी एम्बेसी वालों ने करवाया, मेरे को जानकारी मिली कि 2500 IIM एलुमिनी सिंगापुर में फिनेंशियल मार्केट में अच्छे पोजीशन में है। ये सारे एलिट इंस्टीट्यूशन पिछले पोस्ट इंडिपेंडेंस एरा की हमारी अचीवमेंट है। और भी इंस्टीट्यूशंस है, JNU भी है, आप सबकी कॉलेजेस भी हैं, अच्छे हैं, सब अच्छे इंस्टीट्यूट्स हैं। हम ये वर्सेस ना करें, एलिट वर्सेस ITI। हमारी देश में मूल चैलेंज है, डू यू हैव ए डॉटर?
Yeah.
You have daughter?
Married.
No,
You're about to say something, but it's okay. She studied.
हमारा ये सोशल प्रॉब्लम है। किसी ने मेरे को, अभी मेरे को कोई टाटा की कोई सीनियर व्यक्ति मेरे को मिलने आए, उन्होंने अपना एक एक्सपीरियंस बताया कि मैं ऑस्ट्रेलिया गया था, मेरे को वहाँ जो बड़ा हमारी बिजनेस पार्टनर है, कोल लेत के आते हैं, कुकिंग कोल, उन्होंने कहा कि उसको बड़ा बिलियनर आदमी था वो। मैंने कहा, उनके घर में मेरे को खाने पे बुलाया, मैं गया खाने के लिए, तो मैंने पूछा कि आपकी बेटा कहाँ, कितने बच्चे? हम भारत में यही पूछते हैं कि आपके घर में बच्चे कितने हैं। वो पूछा भी, लेकिन मैं आई हैव ए सन, व्हाट इज डूइंग? भाई इन स्कूल। बोले फिर उसको बुलाया, बोले उसको बुलाया, जब मेरे को ध्यान नहीं तो स्कूल की कैसे पढ़ेगा ये तो थोड़ा एज उसका आ गया है, 20-22 साल का लड़का है। बोले ना, ही इज इन द स्किल स्कूल, ही इज स्टडिंग इन द कारपेंट्री। बोले मेरे मन में प्रश्न आया कि भाई ये पिताजी तो 1 लाख कारपेंटर रखने के लिए कैपेसिटी रखते हैं, तो बेटा क्या पढ़ रहा है? और कारपेंट्री बिजनेस में नहीं है तो और दूसरे कुछ बिजनेस में है। उन्होंने कहा देखो मेरे बेटे को मैंने पूछा कि तुम्हारे रुचि से तुम पढ़ाई करो, वो वोकेशनल एजुकेशन स्ट्रीम को चुना और उसमें पढ़ के वो कारपेंट्री स्कूल में पढ़ रहा है। हमारे देश में ऐसा सोच सकते हैं हम लोग, लड़की कोई नहीं देगा शादी करने के लिए।
That's where you're coming
ये
from.
education has a status now. This degree is linked with the status, social status. इस बार बजट में गवर्नमेंट has given priority in 4 areas. It's employment, it's skill, it's middle class, it's MSME. What does it mean? We have a budget plan for next 5 years of around 2 lakhs crore rupees. We have a target to empower 4.1 crore youngsters to be beneficiary of all these initiatives. इसलिए ITI 1000 ITI will be identified, and nowadays when we are implementing NEP, and I think lot of DU affiliate and constituent colleges are there, हमें skill education को a few days back a group came to see me. They seek my help, seek my cooperation. How do we certify, or how do we make it a formal course? What is the vertical? ये जो जितने सारे रियल एस्टेट प्रॉपर्टी है उसकी जो एजेंट है, रियलेटर, ये एजेंट एक प्रोफेशन बन चुका है। सिर्फ घर रहने के लिए नहीं, बड़े बड़े मॉल्स है, बड़े बड़े प्रॉपर्टी है, बड़े बड़े बिजनेस पार्क से, IT सेंटर से, इसकी एक दुनिया बन चुकी है। हमारी भारत मंडपम बना है। हाउ टू हैंडल दैट, देयर न्यू स्किल्स आर नीडेड। ये धीरे धीरे हमारी फॉर्मल एजुकेशन में, जब तक कॉम्पिटेंसी यानी स्किल एजुकेशन, आप उसको वोकेशनल मत कहिए, मैं स्किल की काम भी कई साल किया हूँ। द मोमेंट यू आर नेमिंग इट वोकेशनल, ये नॉन एस्पिरेशनल हो जा रहा है,
स्टिग्मा है।
मेक इट, डोंट, आप ही कहोगे स्टिग्मा तो स्टिग्मा हो ही जाएगा। इसको कल्चर में बदलना पड़ेगा। हमारी बहुत सारे डेवलप इकोनॉमी में ये बैरियर को तोड़ा है, इस बैरियर को तोड़ना पड़ेगा, इसको एस्पिरेशनल बनाना पड़ेगा, उसकी पैकेजिंग ठीक करनी पड़ेगी। पैसा मिल जाता है, सोशल एस्पिरेशन जब तक नहीं जुटेगी, नहीं उसके साथ नहीं इंस्पायरिंग नहीं होगा, तब उसमें लोग नहीं आएंगे। ये थोड़ा समय लगेगा, लेकिन NEP ने बहुत सारा विषय पे कहा है। मैं जानता हूँ दिल्ली यूनिवर्सिटी के और देश की अनेक कॉलेजेस ने उसके बारे में, अनेक इंस्टीट्यूशंस ने, हमारी इंडियन इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ साइंस बेंगलुरु, उन्होंने वहाँ की हिंदुस्तान एरोनॉटिक्स लिमिटेड से टाई अप करके लगभग उनकी CSR इनिशिएटिव से एरोनॉटिक्स मैनपावर बनाने के लिए 100 करोड़ रुपया खर्चा करके एक स्किल डेवलपमेंट सेंटर बनाई है। जब IIC में एक स्किल डेवलपमेंट सेंटर रहेगा, दैट सर्टिफिकेट ऑफ 6 months ट्रेनिंग, 1 year ट्रेनिंग विल गेट ए स्टैम्प ऑफ IIC Bangalore, then it will be aspirational. I appeal to all the higher education institution, you must envision and आपकी स्टूडेंट्स को क्या चाहिए, आपकी आस पड़ोस में जो काम करने वाले जो कम्युनिटी है, उनके घर की लड़के लड़कियां क्या प्रोफेशन में हैं, उनको भी आप आपकी कॉलेजेस में लेके आइए, इवनिंग आवर्स में लेके आइए, उनको भी कॉम्पिटेंसी की, और वो कॉम्पिटेंट है उनको थोड़ा स्ट्रक्चर में डालिए, उनको थोड़ा सॉफ्ट स्किल्स और डालिए। अब उनकी आउटपुट को देखिए, आपको भी अच्छा लगेगा। इसके एक होल कल्चर को ही बदलनी पड़ेगी।
No, very good points on this one. One of the things that we saw also, since you mentioned the budget and its focus, education, school education I'm coming to, seems to have been allotted more money. And I'm saying seems because if you looked at the revised and budget estimates, there in school education, the union ministry was unable to spend 7,000 crores that it was allotted in the previous budget. Now, what is the problem in terms of implementation? We know that schools is a concurrent, education is a concurrent subject. Where does the issue lie? Because you all seem to have the money, but an inability to spend that money. What do we need to do to change that?
No, some state unfortunately spoke in political language, in the very unique language, very different language. देखो मैं राजनीति नहीं करता हूँ एजुकेशन में. कुछ स्टेट के मन में आया कि हमें एक पॉलिटिकल कारण से राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति को अपोज करना है. They started opposing national education policy for opposition sake. एक डेमोक्रेसी में कोई भी एक इलेक्टेड गवर्नमेंट को हम समझाएं कैसे. हमने एक शर्त रखी कि आपको राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति को इन टोटो एप्लीकेशन में लाना पड़ेगा, तब जाके भारत सरकार की जो सेंट्रल स्पॉन्सर स्कीम की पूरा फायदा आपको मिलेगा. एज एडमिनिस्ट्रेटर वी डिजाइन इन दैट वे. पिछले फाइनेंशियल ईयर में कुछ स्टेट ने, चुनाव शायद था इसीलिए उन्होंने एक पोजीशनिंग कर लिया, लेकिन पोस्ट इलेक्शन में देख रहा हूँ एक आधा छोड़ के ऑलमोस्ट ऑल स्टेट आर कमिंग बैक टू द गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया. दे आर promising and given written assurance to implement national education policy. हमें कोई आपत्ति नहीं है. उसको कॉन्टेक्चुअलाइज और लोकलाइज करके थोड़ा वो अपना लोकल फ्लेवर डालना भी चाहिए, वो भी कर रहे हैं. ये डेमोक्रेसी है, सभी की को स्पेस देना पड़ेगा, लेकिन नेशनल एजुकेशन पॉलिसी की इन टोटो स्पिरिट उनको लागू करना ही पड़ेगा, तब जाके. इसीलिए पिछले फाइनेंशियल ईयर में थोड़ा हिपकअप हुई थी. मेरे ख्याल से इस साल उसकी नहीं होगी. गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया लगभग 7% स्कूल एजुकेशन में और लगभग 8% हायर एजुकेशन में इस बार प्लान आउटले में बढ़ाया है. अगर उसको मैं, जब हम लोग दायित्व लिए 14 to 24 में अगर हम कंपैरिजन करें, हायर एजुकेशन में 78% बजट ग्रोथ हुई है और स्कूल एजुकेशन में अराउंड 40% बजट ग्रोथ हुई है. हमारी सरकार की प्रायोरिटी एजुकेशन के ऊपर स्पेंडिंग बढ़े, स्टेट्स की बढ़े, जैसे आपने कहा इसे कॉन्करेंट सब्जेक्ट. लेकिन पिछले साल की लो स्पेंडिंग शायद चुनाव के कारण हुआ था. इस बार इसको ठीक होना चाहिए. ठीक होने के सारे इंडिकेशंस हमें मिल रहा है.
One of the programs is the PM Shri, and you talked of localization of that. Now, these are this 14,500 existing schools. You want to upgrade in this thing. But several states have not adopted that, and I think the 5 opposition states are Tamil Nadu, Kerala, Delhi, Punjab, and West Bengal, and are yet to sign this MOU with the center. And the reason they're saying is that these schemes only upgrade existing schools. Why don't you give it to new schools? One. Two is that, why are you calling it PM Shri? Why give it a term like that? Why not just Center Shri or something like that? Why name it after that? So there are 2 objections to it. One is, why aren't you doing new schools? That's the opposition point of view. And 2, those who are opposing it say it shouldn't be named PM Shri. It's taking credit away because we are also contributing to this scheme.
राज जी, झगड़ा तो आप ही लगाते हो. इसलिए मैं कह रहा हूँ, मैं परीक्षा, आई एम ए स्टूडेंट इन फ्रंट ऑफ राज सिंगाप्पा साहब. आई हैव टू अपीयर इन एग्जामिनेशन अगेन एंड अगेन, एंड ही ऑलवेज मेरे को अच्छा नंबर देते हैं, अच्छा नंबर नहीं देते हैं. भाई 1-2 राज्य आए नहीं, आप उनको फ्यू कहने की बजाय, मेरे इंग्लिश अगर सही है, देयर इज ए वर्ड फ्यू और देयर इज मेनी स्टेट्स, आप उनको मैनी कहोगे तो झगड़ा तो आप लगाओगे.
4 स्टेट तो मैनी.
दूसरा, मैं एक लाइटर मूड में कहा, दूसरा बेसिक चीजें देखो. कुछ लोग अभी इन दिनों में नया कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल एक्सपर्ट बन गए हैं. प्राइम मिनिस्टर का कंसेप्ट ये कोई पार्टी का है क्या, या पहली बार प्राइम मिनिस्टर के नाम पे प्रोग्राम चल रहा है? हमने तो नरेंद्र मोदी स्कूल ऑफ राइजिंग इंडिया नहीं चलाया, हमने प्रधानमंत्री प्राइम मिनिस्टर स्कूल ऑफ राइजिंग इंडिया चलाया. उसमें आपत्ति किस विषय की है? और सेंट्रल स्पॉन्सर स्कीम पिछले 4 दशकों से 40 ईयर से ये चलते आ रहे विभिन्न फॉर्म पे. 70s से सेंट्रल स्पॉन्सर स्कीम, ये और एक स्कीम है. अनेक हमारी पॉलिटिकली ओपोनेंट स्टेट होने के बाद भी वो लागू कर रहे हैं. अभी एक राज्य का मैं नाम लेना नहीं चाहूँगा, उन्होंने मिड डे मील स्कीम की पैसे को अपने राज्य की फ्लड रिलीफ काम पे लगा दिया। आपके अकाउंट में पैसा है मिड डे मील के लिए, पीएम पोषण की स्कीम के लिए, ऑन रिकॉर्ड आप लगा दे रहे। हम जब सीएजी को रिक्वेस्ट किया कि आप ऑडिट करो, ऑडिट करके जो लेके आया कि 4,000 करोड़ रुपया ऑनस्पेंट है। तो क्या इनको डिसिप्लिन नहीं करनी चाहिए? क्या देश की फेडरल स्ट्रक्चर के अर्थ यही है? ये तो शायद इंडिया टुडे हमें रेस्क्यू करनी चाहिए, एक स्टोरी करनी चाहिए, उसकी व्हाइट पेपर लानी चाहिए। एक समय में देश के एक प्रधानमंत्री कहते थे कि हम दिल्ली से 1 रुपया भेजते हैं तो गांव में 15 पैसा पहुंचता है। अगर हम एक नए अकाउंटिंग सिस्टम पे कहते हैं कि इट हैज टू गो टू द बेनिफिशियरी, इसको शर्त रखा जाएगा कि नहीं आप ये शर्त रखोगे तो हम एनईपी में नहीं आएंगे, ये शर्त होनी चाहिए क्या? ये हार्ड अर्न टैक्स पेयर्स मनी है, वी ऑल आर कस्टोडियन, इट हैज टू गो टू द बेनिफिशियरी, लाभार्थियों को जाना चाहिए, बच्चों के लिए जाना चाहिए। किसी राज्य ने 4,000 करोड़ रुपया मिड डे मील स्कीम पे अकाउंट में दिखाता है तो कुछ गड़बड़ है कि नहीं है? उसको हम पूछे कि हम सेंट्रल स्पॉन्सर स्कीम को जो आपकी बाकी स्कीम चले ऐसे ही लागू करो, हम कहना कोई गुनाह है क्या? तो ये पीएम श्री स्कूल के साथ हुआ, लेकिन ऑलमोस्ट जिन लोगों की देयर विल बी 1 and 2 आफ्टर सम टाइम, इट विल बी 1 and 2, उनको भी हम समझाते रहेंगे, समझा भी रहे। रोज मेरे को उन राज्यों की, मैंने कई मंत्रियों को, राज्य की मंत्री आए, मुख्यमंत्री आए, मैंने गया भी वहाँ, आपकी क्या आपत्ति है? किसी कोई आपत्ति नहीं है, चल पड़ता है धीरे धीरे। डेमोक्रेसी राज चौंका पर साहब, सबको समझा के लेके जाना पड़ेगा, हम लेके जा रहे हैं, आई एम कॉन्फिडेंट।
Finally, we are run out of time. Just a quick update on the National Testing Agency. There was controversy over it. The NEET has now been. What is the latest update on that? Can we take it that the credibility and integrity of that entrance test will be strengthened and maintained?
देखिए, हम शुरू से ही कुछ विषय में अपने स्टैंड को विथ क्लैरिटी के साथ हमने रखा था। मैं थोड़ा आपकी फोरम को यूज करके एक विषय को बहुत स्पष्टता के साथ कहना चाहूँगा। 86 में जब एजुकेशन पॉलिसी कोठारी कमीशन बैठा था और कोठारी रिकमेंडेशन आया था, तब भी एक यूनिफाइड टेस्टिंग एजेंसी की कल्पना की गई थी। 86 सब्सिक्वेंट पीरियड में गवर्नमेंट्स इसके बारे में सोचे हैं, लेकिन पॉलिटिकल विल नहीं होने के कारण उसको इम्प्लीमेंट नहीं कर पाए। 2010 में लाटेंस एक सरकार की, उस समय की सरकार की एक कल्पना आई कि हमें कुछ एक यूनिफाइड टेस्टिंग करने की आवश्यकता है। हुई नहीं हुई, उनकी कुछ वेस्टर्न इंटरेस्ट काम पे आया, उसको छोड़ दिए। फाइनली इस प्रकार की एग्जामिनेशन कौन करता था पहले? उसको करता था सीबीएसई। सीबीएसई इज एसेंशियली एजुकेशन बोर्ड, नॉट ए टेस्टिंग बॉडी, एग्जामिनेशन टेस्टिंग बॉडी नहीं है। राइटली गवर्नमेंट एनविजन देयर शुड बी सेपरेट इंडिपेंडेंट एंड ऑटोनोमस टेस्टिंग बॉडी। आउट ऑफ दैट थॉट प्रोसेस एनटीए केम आउट। एनटीए को रिफॉर्म करते रहना पड़ेगा। कुछ चैलेंजेस अभी ध्यान में आया इन दिनों में। एनटीए को एग्जामिनेशन कैसे हुआ, माल प्रैक्टिस हुई कि नहीं हुई, सैंक्टिटी ऑफ एग्जामिनेशन रहा कि नहीं रहा, इस विषय पे मैं जाना नहीं चाहूँगा। मैंने बहुत विषय पार्लियामेंट में उत्तर दिया है, आपके फोरम पे भी उत्तर दिया है, और मैं मेरे पिछले 2-2.5 महीना में एक पीएचडी लिख सकता हूँ उस विषय में, जो जैसे मैंने बिताया। एक कभी लिखूँगा, कभी पब्लिक पॉलिसी, आप मेरे गाइड बन जाओगे। मैं पब्लिक पॉलिसी की एक अच्छा पीएचडी करूंगा, शांति श्री के वहाँ जाकर रजिस्ट्रेशन भी कराऊंगा पीएचडी का मैं, इफ यू विल परमिट मी। अभी एनटीए ना, हमने एक्स इसरो चीफ कस्तूरी रंगन जी की लीडरशिप में,
नॉट कस्तूरी रंगन,
सॉरी मैंने राधाकृष्णन जी की लीडरशिप में एंड एम्स की पूर्व डायरेक्टर डॉक्टर गुलेरिया जी की नेतृत्व में हमने एक 6 मेंबर कमेटी अपॉइंट किया। उन्होंने भी और कुछ एक्सपर्ट्स को उसमें बुलाया है, उनको इन्वाइटीज करके बुलाया और हम उनको मैंडेट दिए हैं 21st सेंचुरी में हमारे बच्चों को एक जीरो एरर, ट्रांसपेरेंट एंड एक्सेसिबल एग्जामिनेशन सिस्टम बनाइए। जीरो एरर, प्रायोरिटी 1, जीरो एरर, ट्रांसपेरेंट। इस काम पे वो लोग लगे हैं। उनको 2 महीना समय दिया गया है। अगस्त एंड तक उनसे एक रिपोर्ट की अपेक्षा है। ये बहुत सारे स्टेक होल्डर्स को मिल रहे हैं। मैं यहीं भी सारे एजुकेटर्स, एजुकेशनिस्ट और एक्सपर्ट्स को मैं अपील करना चाहता हूँ आपके प्लेटफॉर्म के माध्यम में, वो सब जाके अपना सुझाव उस कमेटी के सामने रिटिन और इन पर्सन वो दे, इंडिया टुडे भी दे, क्योंकि आपको भी इस विषय को रिपोर्टिंग करते हुए बहुत सारे फैक्ट आपके सामने आई है। आपकी भी एक प्रोस्पेक्ट बनी है, आपकी रिपोर्टर की भी एक प्रोस्पेक्ट बनी है। आप भी दीजिए कि भाई ये 4 चीज़ हमें और की इम्प्रूवमेंट की करने की आवश्यकता है। सरकार गवर्नमेंट इज ओपन टू एनी काइंड ऑफ सजेशन फ्रॉम एनीबडी व्हिच इज कंस्ट्रक्टिव। और हम उस माइंड पे एक नया एनटीए, रिफॉर्म एनटीए को भी अगले साल तक लेके आएंगे और अगले साल एग्जामिनेशन होते होते इसके एक नया इम्पैक्ट दिखने को मिलेगा। हम उसमें आशावादी हैं।
On that positive note, let's give the Union Education Minister, Dharmendra Pradhan, a very, very warm round of applause for speaking candidly and so lucidly. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, sir, for sharing with us your priorities on national education policy, the paradigm shift required to make education competence-based and bridging the gap in education with mother tongue and local language, and many more such insights. We are grateful for your time and insights. Requesting you and Mr. Chingappa to please stay on stage to give away the awards. And now, ladies and gentlemen, with great excitement, we are recognizing and honoring the India Today Best University and Best College Awards. Everyone, let's have a round of applause for this. We will start with India's Best Universities Award for the medical category in Best University as well as Best Colleges. The winner is All India Institute of Medical Sciences, New Delhi. To receive both these awards, I would like to call upon their director, Mr. M. Srinivas, and his team. Since Dr. Srinivas has to leave, we are felicitating him in the Best College category as well. So back to India's Best Universities Awards for the category General Government. The winner is Jawaharlal Nehru College, New Delhi. And to collect the award, I would like to call upon their Vice Chancellor, Professor Shantisri Dhulipure Pandit. For the general private category, the winner is Symbiosis International Deemed University, Pune. And to receive the award, please welcome their director for Symbiosis Law School, Noida, Dr. Chandrasekhar Jeevantrao Ravandale. For the technical category, the winner is Indian Institute of Technology, Delhi. And to receive the award, please welcome their Deputy Director for Strategy and Planning, Professor Ambut Sagar. For the law category, the winner is National Law School of India, University, Bangalore. And to receive the award, please welcome their Vice Chancellor, Professor Sudhir Krishnaswamy. This brings us to the end of India's Best Universities Award. Moving on to India's Best Colleges Awards. For the arts and the science stream, the winner is Hindu College, New Delhi. And to receive both these awards, I would like to call upon their principal, Professor Anju Srivastava. Everyone, let's keep the applause going, please. For the commerce stream, the award goes to Sri Ram College of Commerce, New Delhi. And to receive the award, I would like to welcome their principal, Professor Simrit Kaur. For dental sciences, the award goes to Maulana Azad Institute of Dental Sciences, New Delhi. And to receive the award, I would like to welcome their link officer to director, principal, head of oral medicine and radiology department, Dr. Sunita Gupta, and her team members. For engineering, we have two categories. For government, the winner is Indian Institute of Technology, Delhi. Please welcome their Deputy Director for Strategy and Planning, Professor Ambut Sagar, again on stage to receive the award. For private engineering college, the winner is Birla Institute of Technology and Science, Pilani. We all fondly call them BITS Pilani. Please welcome their group Vice Chancellor, Professor V. Ram Gopal Rao. For law, the award goes to National Law School of India, University, Bangalore. And to collect the award, please welcome their Vice Chancellor, Dr. Sudhir Krishnaswamy, again on stage. For hotel management, the award goes to Institute of Hotel Management, Catering and Nutrition, Pusa, Delhi. To collect the award, I would like to call upon the principal, Mr. Kamal Kant Pant. Welcome, sir. For Bachelor of Business Administration, the award goes to Shahid Sukhdev College of Business Studies, New Delhi. To collect the award, I would like to call upon their principal, Professor Poonam Verma. For Bachelor of Computer Applications, the award goes to Department of Computer Science, Christ, deemed to be University, Bangalore. To collect the award, please welcome Prabal Nair, the Coordinator of Research and Programs. For Fashion Design, the award goes to National Institute of Fashion Technology, Delhi. To collect the award, please welcome their campus director, Professor Anupam Jain. Ladies and gentlemen, let's keep cheering for the winners. For social work, the award goes to Tata Institute of Social Sciences, Mumbai. To collect the award, I would like to call upon their Dean, School of Social Work, Dr. Bipin Jojo. For mass communication, the award goes to Indian Institute of Mass Communication, New Delhi. To collect the award, please welcome the Director General, Anupama Bhatnagar. And ladies and gentlemen, with this, India Today Best University and Best College Awards comes to a close. Congratulations to all the winners. Let's give them a big round of applause, everyone. I would now like to request all the winners to come back on stage with their trophies for a group photograph with Mr. Pradhan. Sir, just requesting you to please stay on stage for a moment. Raj, I would like to request you to hand over the token of appreciation to our esteemed chief guest. Ladies and gentlemen, we still have two more very interesting sessions in store. Please, requesting you all to please settle down. Ladies and gentlemen, requesting you all to please settle down. We now move on to the panel discussion on professional courses, the quality imperative. To take the discussion forward, I would like to invite the session speakers, Professor Sudhir Krishnaswamy, Vice Chancellor, National Law School of India, University, Bangalore. Professor Ambut Sagar, Deputy Director for Strategy and Planning at Indian Institute of Technology, Delhi. And Dr. Sunita Gupta, Link Officer to Director, Principal Head of Oral Medicine and Radiology Department, Maulana Azad Institute of Dental Sciences, New Delhi. Dr. Gupta? I guess she's just, okay, yeah, Dr. Gupta is here. Moderating this session is India Today's Executive Director, Kaushik Deka. Welcome, everyone.
Good afternoon. I'm sure many of you would be looking towards lunch. And before that, congratulations to all the 3 winners. The subject is about technical education, but before that, I would like to know from each of you, since morning we have been talking about the new education policy, and of course we are focusing more on school education and general education in particular, but when it comes to professional education, we do not have, we mean the lay person, they do not have much insights into it. So since that launch in 2020 till now, how this new education policy is impacting professional courses, particularly I'll start from law, Professor Krishnaswamy. How do you see the changes in legal education in India?
Yeah, thank you for the invitation to be here and for the opportunity to be on this panel. The national education policy had a narrow focus on law, by which I mean it was about the entire area of higher education and with a very small segment on law. And the part on law had just, to my mind, 3 important elements. First, for all of the national law universities to scale up in just the number of students we admit, the number of faculty we have. Second, for all single faculty universities, and this I think applies across all technical universities, to become more multidisciplinary. Multidisciplinary in the way we approach professional education, but also offer a wider array of courses. And third, that we bring a much stronger research orientation to our work. And there's this sense in which, there's language in the national education policy that talks about research and sort of paying attention to the globalizing of professions. So these were the 3 elements that I understood to be key elements of the national education policy as they apply to universities such as ours. And I'm happy to say that this aligns very nicely with what we do at NLS. So we have expanded more than 3-fold from an 80-strong undergraduate class to a 300-strong undergraduate class in the last 3 years. And from a faculty which is about 25, 26 to about 100 in July 2024. And a research orientation that has, whether you look at these rankings, the India Today rankings, or you look at any other ranking system around research, we've managed to grow it 3 or 4 times, 300 to 400% in the last 3-4 years. So for us, the national education policy was well directed, and it was along the lines of what we were keen to do anyway. And so we've really stepped on the gas. That's what the last 3-4 years have been about for us.
Professor Sagar, IITs have always been great institutes. what are the new positives that this NEP has added to IIT Delhi or IITs in general?
I think maybe I'll just follow up. You know, in many ways, much of the things that are in the NEP are things we already were doing. Right? In fact, I went back to the NEP, and they have this statement there that says, the purpose of quality higher education is more than the creation of greater opportunities for individual employment. It represents the key to a more vibrant, socially engaged, cooperative communities and a happier, cohesive, cultured, productive, innovative, progressive, and prosperous nation. You know, so basically from an engineering perspective, if you really take this to heart, it means that you have to be thinking about how to train students who have solid engineering foundations, but for example, multidisciplinarity, which was just mentioned, is very much needs to be part of that education. And that is two dimensions. One is broadening the skill sets that you have beyond your narrow discipline. So for example, if you're mechanical engineering, you should actually have some exposure to computer science. But also is broadening your horizons in a more philosophical sense. So that's why, for example, IITs always have had a very strong humanities and social sciences part of their curriculum. The second thing, again, as was mentioned, is research. Again, we've always been very good at research. I think the one additional impetus that the NEP gives us is in thinking about a greater engagement with the practitioner world for research. Because I think if you really want to be thinking, as the minister was also saying, if you want to be thinking about the application of your research to engage with the big challenges of the day, you do need to be engaging with practitioners. And we've been, therefore, doing much more of that at IIT Delhi, thinking about how to partner with various kind of practitioner entities, whether it's firms or even civil society and even with government agencies. I think the last point I want to kind of make again, which is talking about turning institutions into kind of broader institutions. We, again, at IIT Delhi have been, in the last few years, taking some significant steps in that direction. We've just set up a school of public policy, which actually I founded at IIT Delhi. We've set up a department of design. We've greatly strengthened our humanities and social sciences, our management program. So we are becoming, I should say, maybe a more well-rounded university. And that again is in line with the NEP. So I think many different ways in which we were already moving in that direction, but the NEP kind of provides an additional impetus for us to move in that direction and really focus on training students, not just engineers, but really critical thinkers who can take scientific and technical knowledge, use that much more usefully, but also understand its relationship to society and the broader world. I'll stop with that. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Gupta, in your institute, how do you see the changes post-NEP?
I think what really was important for us was the quality and the competency-based, what Sir really, talked about a minute ago. And that really upscaled out everything for us, churning out the graduates, which were like competent enough to themselves, with full of confidence and full of knowledge. When it comes to quality in the curriculum, what it helps is, for example, if they know about, this is the kind of infection control procedures which is engraved, including having the clinical hands-on experience, which is very, very important. Otherwise, what happens is that you need to have the entire skill set to be developed later when they get into the practice. Over 3 decades of experience that I have, being an educator, being, into various boards of selection committees and so forth, what I've really observed is that it's only the grade A and the grade B cities where these, the graduates who get, from these universities, they're employable. It's hard to have, the most of the students, it's very difficult even to stand alone to themselves. So I think what is important is to have a a kind of a quality-based curriculum which has to be set into and to give them the kind of hands-on experience. We are not talking about something which is very high-tech, for example. Now, we are looking for something like a medical tourism, for example. Now, there should be the competencies to have the implants in place at the undergraduate level. But having said that, we need to have the faculty which have the developed, they need to be given a kind of, at the same time, because they are the ones who are going to impart across further to the students. So it's a complete chain which needs to come into foray. I mean, if I just give you an example, and this is something which I'm talking about the dental part of it, because from third year, final year students, they're able to manage their patients to themselves. And there is a very broad-based kind of discussion, even if it is something which has fallen apart, and then there's a hand-holding kind of a thing which is there. The quality standards percolates from the top management, performance-based, and everything is into place. Audits are there in place, for example. But when it comes to medical education now, for the medical faculty, fraternity, they need to have something which is community-based, for example. Now, when they graduate, they should be able to at least tackle medical emergencies. They should know what is infectious disease, for example. They should be able to identify them. And at the same time, have the kind of a broad-based spectrum for the same, so that when they go in the community, even the graduate at the MBBS level, they can, do that, for example. So those kind of amendments are required. And we should have a competency-based monitoring, which is Sanjay bola abhi. He says, assessment nahi hoga to nahi karenge hum. So competency-based assessment. I mean, aapka hi apna data hai. If you go to December 2023, where we say like, the students are going abroad are like $40 billion, which goes, as the kind of expenditure which was there in 2022. When it came, we are projecting for next year, 2025, having the drains as like to the tune of $70 billion overseas. So there's definitely a disconnect. Having said $70 billion, it means that our defense budget is $75 billion. So just a shade lower than that, right? The entire GDP for the same. When it comes to the education part of it, what we have is 1.48 lakh crores which have been assigned to us. So, in that kind of scenarios, I think gradually we need to step up with the same thing. We need to have these kind of modifications based in the curriculum itself, competency-based. It's already existing. Monitoring boards are already here. Surprise inspections are important because there are a lot of fudging across happening, So I think all those steps need to be taken into consideration.
This is again a question relevant for all three of you. In India, professional courses, by and large, they are seen by students and parents as a kind of a source to employability. It's a means to employability. They are not seen for professional excellence. Maybe 10%, 20% students will seek professional excellence, but mostly they are there just to get a job. And then comes that entrance examination problem. In our entrance examination, we see the scores, but do we have any method, means in future, that we can implement where we see not only the score of about their knowledge about physics, science, or in legal education, but about competency, aptitude, and also an ethical bent, because that issue of ethics is very important, especially in professional education. So when we come to this entrance examination, I'll start from Professor Krishnaswamy, that can we do something about changing the entrance, recruiting or picking up the students in professional education in a better way?
Yeah, so I think that we had a panel this morning on entrance examinations. Dr. Raj Chengappa asked the minister about entrance examinations. It's on everyone's mind. And in the law space, we run what might be the third or fourth largest exam in the country with respect to entrance examinations. And I think it's fair to say that a neutral summary of where we stand is that the entire entrance exam universe, and I don't mean to put the coaching industry, our colleague from Resonance in Kota in a spot, but clearly we're in a mess. And I think that if there's any value to us collectively learning from the current impasse around entrance examinations, hopefully some deep lessons are learned. The minister suggested that the lesson to be learned is that we have some kind of foolproof NTA. I don't know that that is the necessary lesson that one must posit a priori to be the solution. And this goes to your point, which is what are we looking to do? What kinds of students do we want to educate? Yes, there is a supply-demand problem, as Professor Rao put it. And what can we do to that problem? Clearly, scaling up, expansion is some answer to that problem, but we will always be selective institutions. So how do we select? And I think that the big misdirection in the way we have thought about admissions is to devalue 10th and 12th grade exams. The problem has been that we have disparate boards across states and even nationally several boards. There are some simple techniques to normalize and use percentile-based measures of selection across boards. Now, is it that we are testing to a very specific ability pre-law or pre-engineering? And I heard some comments this morning that suggested that yes, some educators think that we are testing very specific abilities. My intuitions are in the opposite direction. I think with 12th grade students, at least with undergraduate admissions, we are not testing some unique special dispositions. It's too early in the life of a student to even make those judgments. We are testing for some general abilities and at high levels of achievement. And whatever our boards are doing, they are sorting for that, the work ethic, they are sorting for general ability, and students are spending extraordinary amounts of time doing school leaving exams at 10th and 12th grade. So to my mind, whatever the part of the solution, that part, the 10th and 12th grades need to come into that solution. And I'll make a second point. I'm sure others on the panel have other takes on this question, is that if we put a decentralized selection system on top of this universal eligibility, we satisfy both criterion of quality and integrity. Can we deliver a national exam to scale without the integrity issues that we see coming up? Incidentally, we have a very partial, almost non-existent conversation about quality of these examinations. I don't want to open up that box for the moment. But I think that if we have one universal eligibility system that we can use as a sorting device, and second, that we can have decentralized selection autonomy to the universities and institutes across the country, we might have a much better system in place than what we are grappling with today. And I think I'm swimming against the tide in suggesting anything like this because all the energy seems to be pushing in the other direction. But the idea that we can think of the coaching center as a vehicle for inclusivity and mobility, I don't know what to even make of that argument. I don't know how that argument has even been given the credence to be aired in public and in the courts of this country. The coaching centers are no vehicles for mobility or inclusivity. So we have to find something that speaks to these concerns in an empirically rigorous way. And I think our debates at the moment are still very occluded and confused debates. Speaking for myself, I would be very glad to move away from this mass examination hysteria that grips our country. I don't think we do very well for ourselves as universities or for the students we aim to educate.
Professor Sagar, how to embed competence, aptitude and ethics in professional education in India?
Let me actually, I think there are many dimensions to that question. I think first of all, I think as one of the parts of your question was regarding to the testing. How do we change testing procedures? And I think that, to me, it's an extremely complicated problem because we are trying to satisfy multiple objectives at the same time. Given the demand, the large population, and the limited number of seats, there's a high selectivity question. Then you need to make sure that it's fair and transparent. And then you need to have clarity of what you're testing for, right? And that turns out to be a very complicated kind of a mix of objectives that you're trying to gain. Relating to this is the fact that I think you mentioned that many of these institutions, such as at least the IITs, are seen as vehicles of, as you said, employability, right? I mean, I find it quite amazing that the thing that media always fixates on is what is the salary package of people coming out of these institutions. I think the minister talked about the fact that, the billionaire son who wants to be a carpenter, right? This notion of following your passion instead of following the money is also, in some senses, what leads to these large numbers of people wanting the same kind of jobs that gives them this notion of professional employability. And I think the last is, after the exam, when students come into our institutions, I think what is our engagement with them? We certainly find at IIT Delhi, I think most of the IITs, students are doing much more than just engineering. They gain a certain set of skills at IIT, and then they go off to do all kinds of things with that. Whether they go into, stay in the technical area, they go into law, they go into economics, they go into public policy, they go into entrepreneurship. So in some senses, I think part of it is also helping them understand that their time at an institution like this is a time to develop professionally and open up greater opportunities for themselves in order to really do what they enjoy doing. And that means also a different kind of engagement with students, right? Not just imparting kind of narrow technical knowledge to them, but really engaging them to help them grow as individuals and effectively be able to define for themselves what excites them. So really, I think this is a problem that at many different levels one can think about that. It's a huge challenge, but we still have to try on how to do better on that. Thank you.
Dr. Gupta, I will make it very straight. Means, how can we produce ethical doctors?
It's a very, very tricky question that you're asking me, but I'll just put a little, data which has come up from the WHO, which says that of the patients who are admitted, which are in the low-income countries or middle-income groups, including India, 10% of them, they have a devastating outcomes. If I say it's a devastating not only for the individuals, but it is also devastating for the families which are associated along with them. And the simple reason for this is that the quality is not in place. There's a complete disconnect to that. If you have doctors who are not able to diagnose it properly, they're not able to give the right kind of prescription, they overwrite about the investigations. When it comes to the infrastructure or the practices which are there, it's not in place, it has to be there. It means that we need to have a kind of a quality education which has to come into place in the curriculum itself. They need to be completely, I think each and every professional, unke andar it should be inbuilt that this is how it has to be done, right? And it just then goes seamless because when you go into practice, it will be automatically done. We don't really have to, make any efforts after that. So I think the moment we do come into place with this kind of little concepts which come into fore, whether it is the redesigning about the curriculums, whether it is bringing into different kind of already which are with the standards which are quality standards which are already in place. There are few institutes like ours, for example. There are others as well, and we handhold the other institutes and bring them into we help them to bring the kind of quality into place. So it's like a win-win situation, not only for the individuals, for the public, for the community, but also for the nation as well. I mean, and then this is what we are looking for when it comes to employability, because why do we say? I mean, in spite that we are, sir ne abhi bataya that we are going to get into as a global, probably in next 2 years from number 5 to number 4, for example. So where are we going to get the human resources for the same with, and if there is a deficient to that, it's going to be complete disconnect. So I think this is the time when we should really look into consideration the factors that we have a collaborative. Sir already mentioned that there has to be multidimensional kind of approach, and it's a holistic development which needs to come into place. Technology has to come into place, AI has to come into place, and the redesigning, so that there's a clinical skills which are developed, ethical practices come into place at the same time, and we have the kind of bars which are raised as well for the community too.
Thank you so much. This needed a much longer discussion, but time is up. I'll have to wrap up this discussion. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you, everyone. I would like to call on stage India Today's Group Editorial Director for Publishing, Mr. Raj Chingappa, to give token of appreciation to our esteemed speakers. Ladies and gentlemen, can we show our appreciation to our speakers by a big round of applause? Ladies and gentlemen, I know it's lunchtime and we're all hungry, but do please bear with us for the last session. A lot has been said about national education policy during the course of the day, and I will not delve into it, but what it does entail is a lot of upgradation around a wide spectrum of critical areas, including curriculum, faculty training, academic industry partnerships, technology integration. And educational institutes must navigate all these elements while managing budgetary constraints and regulatory requirements. To discuss the challenges faced in upgradation, we have a set of experts with us. Please welcome Professor Anupam Jain, Campus Director, National Institute of Fashion Technology in Delhi. Kamal Kant Pant, Principal, Institute of Hotel Management, Catering and Nutrition, Pusa. Aditya Malik, CEO, Higher Education, Veranda Learning Solutions. And Prabal Nair, Coordinator of Research and Programs, Christ Deemed to be University. Welcome everyone, and I'll be moderating this session. So while this is the last session and I see that we do have a little shorter duration, but I would like to request the audience, because challenges in upgradation, I'm sure, is a topic that all of you are facing in different spectrums, right? So if you have any questions, we would like to take it up during the course of the discussion. Mr. Kumar, the Educational Secretary, in his note earlier, mentioned about how technology is a double-edged sword. It has to be integrated in, different pedagogy. It has to be integrated in the curriculum. But while it is also a distraction for students. So, Aditya, I would like to speak with you on what is your perspective on this.
Sure, thank you. As said, it's a lunchtime, so we'll make it quick and sharp. So I think technology has to be seen as an enabler and cannot be seen as a be-all and end-all. Lot of noise what we see about edtech, because suddenly we saw technology becoming central to education. While you can never replace a faculty, you can never replace a teacher, you can never replace somebody giving a quality education. I think the way it is today, things are settling down, sanity is setting in. I think the important thing is AI, any other technology has to be seen as an enabler which drives better learning experience and outcome for the student. It's never a central thing. It's never a be-all and end-all. And I think that's where the shift is happening. It has taken some time. It's a reset, but it's happening, and it'll get there more and more as we go forward.
Professor Jain, technology is changing rapidly. So is creative education. So how are you ensuring that creative education, which is again very subjective, is able to keep pace with these changes in the outside world?
First of all, thank you, India Today, for giving me this chance to share this platform. With respect to creative education, because fashion and design is very fast evolving trend, in terms of if we see how the market changes. So if we stick to the regular, curriculums, we will be obsolete very fast. That is what we experienced. So we have made a mandate that every 3 years we start reviewing our curriculums in UG and PG both, whether we get our industry partners. So they play again a key role. Of course, we are part of government also. We come under Ministry of Textiles and Ministry of Education for most of the institute. So we also have a lot of stakeholders from the textile and industry who kind of also guide us. So for us, changing curriculums becomes very important. Upgrading, keeping a pace with the technology is part of our curriculum. Also, it leads to changing the infrastructure very fast. So we have to be at move much faster than many other standard principles of education. So I think that helps us to stay ahead of many other institutes, especially in our area.
Okay. Before I move on to other speakers, just a follow-up question, because changing curriculum now every 3 years, I mean, is a monumental task for any institute for that matter. So can you share some best practices or some mistakes or or some lessons learned the hard way?
We also in 2018-19, I think that's where we realized that we are talking about inclusiveness, also multidisciplinary things. We also realize when the student comes, after 12th, especially for the 4-year graduate program, they have certain aspirations, but they're still not very clear. And once they join their course and in their second year or something, they start realizing that this is what they wanted to do, this is what they didn't want it to do. So we introduced, a lot of open electives. We said that some of them are mandatory, some of them are non-mandatory. Within the discipline, we introduced deepening specializations. We also introduced them floating subjects. Floating would be something that they can take but will not have a credit. It will be additional credit. And when we talk about, then we started IDMs, that was interdisciplinary majors and minors. So you can go to a different discipline altogether, take up a course, and then, pursue that for certain credits. So that, I think, really helped us and our students to get better opportunities abroad. So their view about design and fashion education and profession becomes more 360, I would say. So that has given us better opportunities in the industry for our students.
Thank you, Mr. Jain. Mr. Nair, can you share some examples about how Christ deemed to be university is integrating technology and digital tools into its academic programs?
Yes, thank you so much. And at Christ, we employ multimedia resources, simulations, and a virtual lab that creates interactive modules. And for instance, our engineering students, they benefit from the virtual lab, which create or which simulate like the real world scenario, and it enables them to participate in the research or the experiment without, whether the physical lab is available or not. Second is the blended learning approach. The hybrid method in education of education has proven worthy, especially for us. We have a campus in Ghaziabad, Delhi NCR region, and currently it is observing the hybrid model because of the Kavod Yatra travel restrictions. And blending the online and face-to-face instruction has well benefited us, not only in terms of flexibility, but also ensuring that the continuity of learning should happen. And then one of our main priority is the digital literacy among the faculty colleague, and for which at Christ we ensure that we have regular workshop for faculty members so that they should know the latest technological advancements and the teaching methodology.
Interesting. Thanks. Mr. Pant, hospitality is a very high touch, stream, right? So how does this play out into your own curriculum and pedagogy?
You mean the technology?
At the institute, yes.
Absolutely. For the conceptual knowledge, it is very hard to imagine teachers, going ahead without the Google classrooms and the Google Forms and other enabling things which are there. The technology is enabling that. But like somebody said that technology is a wonderful tool, if you can replace your assistants or somebody who is augmenting your capability or who is with technology. I will give you a few examples. There are many softwares which are very prevalent in running a hospitality business. And there is one which is called the property management system.
Right.
And then similarly for restaurant development, there are a number of softwares which are there. So what we are trying to do is we are incorporating these kind of softwares into our curriculum. To begin with, we are going proactively, sourcing them, taking all the investment, from our own resources, and then sooner or later, they become the benchmark for the rest of the institution, at least in the central government ecosystem to follow. We had tried the similar thing with the property development system, long time back. Now it has become a done thing,
Right.
So there is a centrally negotiated this thing for them, and now most of the students in all these institutions are using those. So now the idea is, it is very difficult to do the analysis with the pen and paper.
Correct.
There are so many reports which could be generated, and I think that is the way the industry is carrying out the analysis and the management is happening at that level. So we have to make our people competent in that particular area. At the end of the day, in a professional institution like ours, we want the transition from academia to the industry seamless.
Right.
Like if some of our students, they were to come and manage this hotel for, like in my time, there used to be a lot of strikes and all. And from our institution, we would go into the hotel, roll our sleeves, and whatever had to be done, we would carry it out. And I'm telling you from my own experience, we did run a full house hotel in peak of the season like that. So this is the readiness we want our students to have, and technology, because we have to give them, we teach people in a simulated environment, and the simulation has to be as close to what is a real thing in the industry.
Very interesting. You have already answered my second question, which was around, on-the-job training. So very interesting. Aditya, coming back to you, One is, a lot of times there is this whole perspective that online learning is inferior, right? So I would like you to address this point, and I'm also asking you another question around that in the interest of time. So, you know, like majority of the students in our country are in these mass programs like BA, BCom, BSc, right? And Mr. Pradhan earlier spoke about how there is this whole stigma around vocational courses that has to be removed. So around these lines, how are you making these courses relevant in today's job market?
Sure, thank you. So we'll take the second one first. I think, you know, so far the wave has been engineering, medical, everybody trying to get into a good engineering college, good medical college, you know, this entire rat race. I think the key here is that, you know, the real India, the Bharat, the students who are the masses are still going through a BA, BCom, BSc, and they are by no means inferior to anybody else. So what we have been trying to do, and you know, as Honorable Minister spoke about the NEP and the benefits of NEP, what we have been trying to do is that NEP allows integration with different courses. So we at Veranda have successfully experimented with integrating a complete CA course, for example, or a ACCA course with BCom. 40% is allowed by NEP through the industry association. That's the rule. So we have mapped the CA syllabus with the BCom syllabus for certain universities, got it approved from the Board of Studies, and now what is happening is, by giving them qualifications like CA, ACCA, and other curriculums which are there, you are making a simple graduate little more employable. They might not be able to finish the whole course. We know the CA pass rates are low, ACCA pass rates are low, but still they stand a better chance to get a job than anybody else who is going into the job market after graduation. So that's on the point. So the key is, how do we integrate other courses which make the students better employable? That's one point. To your first question on online learning versus physical learning, see, I have seen both the sides, both online as well as the physical side of it. General impression is that online learning is inferior to the physical classroom, and we ourselves are to be blamed for it, because so far the moment online learning is spoken about, the only thing which comes to mind is scale. Kitna bada karna hai, kaise bada karna hai, how many students are enrolled, you know, what's the, you know, that entire piece. We do not talk about the learning experience of the student. How do we ensure any university delivering an online degree program as approved by UGC gives the same learning experience or better learning experience, because maybe they can deploy the best faculty who can teach from anywhere in the world to give a better learning experience to a student. The only thing spoken about online learning is growth, scale, revenue, and a lot of PE funded entities, etc. have come in, and that's changed the game. So I think the key important point there is, as universities, as educational institutions, as we start focusing on the learning experience rather than numbers, I think personally we have seen that the online experience can be superior or at least equal to the physical experience, and that's what is needed to drive the gross enrollment ratio up in higher education.
Aditya, just can you elaborate? You spoke about integrating vocational courses into mass programs. Can you give a real example of this, please? Just for the sake of the audience.
It's not a vocational course, but ACCA and CA is a classic example what I spoke about. So we actually mapped the ICAI syllabus with a couple of universities we work with, and actually mapped the curriculum so that the student who is doing a BCom doesn't need to study for CA separately and doesn't need to study for their normal degree separately. So while they are going through their BCom curriculum, they can actually parallelly go through the the same thing they are getting ready for their CA, and that makes them, the effort goes down drastically, and that has seen, we did it last year. We got great reviews from the students, and obviously in the first session, the pass rates in the CA Foundation have also been fairly high for us.
Thank you. Professor Jain, today we live in an interconnected world. Flow of information is seamless. Global fashion trends around gender-neutral fashion, sustainability-led design are, in vogue now, across the world globally. So, how do you now look at industry-led partnerships, academic partnerships to ensure your students in India have the right exposure and are job ready, considering, like what Mr. Pant also said, employers today want their employees to be shop floor ready from day one?
I must share with all of you that we are also giving equal importance to the traditional knowledge. When I say traditional knowledge means our students work with the handloom and handicraft sector.
Okay.
So it's an integral part of
sustainability, here you go.
Yes, so that's where the sustainability, natural material, traditional skills and knowledge, it's like something that is probably, a weaver has never been to a technical school to learn, technology about handloom weaving, but he's been learning as a child, by observation, by realization, by the culture, So many of you would be happy to know that we not only teach design, integral part of our course is also, we have a management program, we have a technology program for 4 years, which talks about how fashion technology works, that means the machines,
Oh, wow, okay.
that enables your creative ideas, how you have to implement them, and also the marketing and management of it. So we have 2 year, it's from last 30 years we have been running very successful marketing and management program at PG level. So all of them also go through this exercise of traditional knowledge, and when we do collaborations with the industry in India and abroad. So of course we have worked with Aditya Birla Group for many years, with Reliance, Arvind Mills, and recently we had even Zara came to us 2 months ago. So they wanted to have a collaboration with us in terms of internship, R&D projects related to the not only fashion but the lifestyle products also. So, and that also I think gives opportunity to our students as well as faculty. So that is how I think we are able to manage the sustainability with the modern times and with the future.
Interesting, thank you. Mr. Pant, students today, so I'll not ask you about this question on job-ready candidates because you spoke about that, but you can please feel free to add if there's any other example. But flexibility today is very core, and it is an integral part of NEP as well, where students should be given the choice to study what they want, right? So how are you now, and hospitality is now a very vast subject. So how are you now, and a very traditionally taught one as well, right?
Yes.
So how are you integrating this into the curriculum?
We are undertaking an exercise of revamping the entire curriculum, and the first cycle would be completing in 2026, because last year only, and what we have done is a lot of clubbing of the traditional subjects that we had in the curriculum. We have clubbed them, like cooking and food service and all, they have been clubbed together, housekeeping and front office and other areas, even the hotel engineering, it has been clubbed together. And what has been done by doing so is there's a lot of time made available for learning things like stress management or practicing yoga or entrepreneurship or retail management, or a lot of multidisciplinary content is being brought into the mainstream curriculum. And I think the proof of the pudding is that it's not only the hospitality industry which is coming to our campuses now, because there are a lot of people in e-commerce, in consulting, who are coming to the hospitality campuses and hiring people from there. We sometimes feel very embarrassed to share our placement criteria, because we are not placing 1/3 of the students into the core hospitality businesses. So I think this is because of the value addition and the multidisciplinary content, or the learning which is happening. And one more important thing which is happening in our institution is the emphasis on soft skills, right? Because the finishing school kind of an environment is there, and I think that is something which is bringing a lot of recruiter to our campuses.
Very interesting, because soft skills today, I mean, every employer today actually is looking for soft skills, because they say that technical skills can be given, not soft skills.
You're absolutely
so,
right.
on that note, Mr. Nair, how are universities like yours now bridging this gap between industry needs and academic training?
Yeah. So this is what we are doing, and we urge other universities also, wherein we need to regularly update our curriculum. And for that, what we do, we take continuous feedback from the industry experts. We have set an advisory board where the university, the industry professionals come and they give their insights and their recommendations, and that we, later on put forth for changing the curriculum. And secondly, partnering with the other companies who can help us with the internships for our students, where they have first-hand experience. And we call the industry experts to our campus for the guest lectures and a lot of workshops also, so that the students can understand what is happening, the trends in the industry. Also, skill development training, not only we provide soft skill development, but we collaborate with the government agencies like NSDC, National Skill Development Corporation, where we are training partner with them. And we are providing the skill-based courses for our students also, and they benefit in the credit system also. And and once the students complete the courses directly from government via NSDC, they are getting credit paid by the government. And faculty internship is a must at Christ, where we encourage our faculty members to do internship or sabbaticals and go back to the industry setting and have first-hand experience, and they should come back in classroom and reflect to our
So
students.
you ensure your faculty is also job ready.
Absolutely.
Very interesting. Okay. So are there any questions? Very quickly, any questions for the speakers here? Okay. So on this note, thank you everyone, and I would like to call India Today's Group Editorial Director, Raj Chingappa, to come on stage to felicitate the speakers. And ladies and gentlemen, with this, India Today's Education Conclave comes to a close. We will be back next year, and we hope to welcome you again. But before we conclude, I would like to congratulate the winners, also express my gratitude to our honored guests, speakers, and of course to all of you, our wonderful audience, for taking the time out to be here. Let's also take a moment to express our appreciation to our sponsors for their support. Presenting sponsor Satyabama University and international school partner SSVM Institutions Coimbatore. I've personally gained a lot from this conclave, and I hope you did too. Lunch will be served in this hall. Just give us a moment to set it up. Thank you everyone. Have a good day.